You are awake, the room is dark, and you have already decided not to look at the clock. That was the right decision. Knowing the number does not help. It only gives the night something to argue with you about. So let us leave the time alone. Outside, there is a car every few minutes, and then nothing. In the walls, the heating has clicked off, and the room has gone very slightly cooler, and some part of you noticed that and filed it away without asking your permission. You are not in trouble. You are not unwell. You are simply awake, later than you meant to be, with a mind that is still running its errands. There is a thin line of light somewhere, under the door, or at the edge of the curtain, or thrown across the ceiling by a street lamp that has stood outside your window for years. You know the exact shape it makes. You have looked at it many times. That is where you are tonight. Nothing about that needs fixing. I want to say that at the very start, because it matters, and because you will hear me say it again before the end. You are not here to work anything out. There is no problem in this room. Nothing will be asked of you between now and the morning. I am going to talk quietly for a few hours. You can listen for as long as you like, and stop whenever your body decides to stop, and you will not have missed anything because there is nothing here to miss. So, someone else was awake in the small hours too. His name was Marcus Aurelius. He was born in Rome in the year 121, and he died in the year 180. And for the last 19 years of his life, he was the Emperor of Rome. That means, in the practical sense, that he was the most powerful man alive. There was no one above him. There was no appeal from his decision. Around a quarter of the human beings on Earth lived under laws that carried his name. And at night, in his 50s, on a military frontier a long way from home, he could not sleep either. We know this because he wrote things down. Not letters, not speeches, not a book. He wrote short entries to himself, in Greek, in no particular order, on whatever he was writing on. Some of the entries are 3 lines long, some are a paragraph, some are one sentence repeated in a slightly different shape, because the first shape had not worked on him. He tells himself to get up in the morning. He tells himself that the people he will meet that day will be difficult, and that this is not a surprise, and that he knew this before he got out of bed. He tells himself more than once that he is going to die, and that this is not an emergency. He was not writing to teach anyone. He was talking himself through his own nights. The book we now have of those entries is called Meditations. That title is not his. He never gave it a title, as far as we can tell. The oldest name attached to the manuscript tradition is Greek taes heauton. It means, roughly, to himself. There is no dedication in it. There is no preface. There is no reader addressed anywhere in it. You are, in a real sense, reading someone else's mail, 18 centuries late. And here is the small, strange thing that I will come back to, but not for some hours yet. That notebook should not exist. It was private. It had no publisher. It had no audience. It was written by a man who, by every indication, expected it to end with him, in a tent, on a river frontier, in winter. It survived the collapse of the empire that produced it, and the fires and the damp and the ordinary indifference of 1,000 years by a chain of accidents so thin that if any one link had gone, you would have never heard of it. We will get to that chain. It is a good story, and it is slow, and it deserves the middle of the night. But not yet, for now it is enough to know this. Somewhere in the winter of the year 172 or thereabouts, in a camp on the Danube, a tired man in his early 50s sat down with a lamp and wrote a few lines to steady himself. And here you are, awake in a warm room 1850-odd years later, keeping him company. Nothing to solve, just the two of you, and the hour, and a lamp that went out a very long time ago. Chapter 2. A man writing by lamplight on a frozen river. Let me put you in the place, because the place is half of it. The Danube is a very large river. It rises in the Black Forest in what is now southern Germany and runs east for nearly 2,900 kilometers before it reaches the Black Sea. For most of the Roman period, that river was the edge of the world, not the edge of the earth, the edge of the arrangement. South of the river, roads, taxis, aqueducts, wine, courts, garrison towns, the whole machinery. North of the river, peoples, the Romans, called by names like the Marcomanni, the Quadi, the Iazyges, the Sarmatians, peoples the Romans did not govern and did not fully understand. In winter, the river freezes. Not every winter, and not always all the way across, but it freezes. And when it freezes, the barrier stops being a barrier, and a thing that had been water becomes a road. That is the situation Marcus Aurelius spent most of the last decade of his life managing. The conflict is called the Marcomannic Wars. It is not one war. It is a long, grinding series of invasions, counter-invasions, sieges, negotiations, resettlements, and broken agreements, running from roughly the year 166 to the year 180. At one point, groups crossed the frontier, came down through the Alpine passes, and reached Aquileia in northern Italy. That is a serious thing. Italy had not seen an army like that in a very long time. So the emperor went north. And then he stayed north. He was not a young man doing this. He was born in 121. In 172, he was 51. He had, we are told by ancient sources, a weak constitution, chest trouble, stomach trouble, and pain he managed with the medicines of the day. And now he was in a camp, in winter, on a frontier, running a war. Two of the books of his notebook carry location notes. They are short and they are startling. The second book has a note attached saying it was written among the Quadi at the Granua. The Granua is generally taken to be the river we now call the Hron in modern Slovakia. The third book has a note saying it was written at Carnuntum. Carnuntum was a legionary base and town on the Danube, in the province of Pannonia, near the modern village of Petronell in Austria, about 40 kilometers east of Vienna. Now think about what that looked like at night. Not a palace, a camp, a rectangular grid of tents and timber buildings, ditched and banked, laid out to a pattern that had barely changed in 300 years, because the pattern worked. Leather tents waxed against the weather, latrines downhill, horse lines. The the smell of horses and wood smoke and wet wool, which does not really ever dry in a winter camp. Sentries changing on a fixed rotation through the night. A trumpet call marking the watches, and light. This is the part I keep thinking about. Light at night in the 2nd century meant fire. An oil lamp, most likely, a small clay or bronze vessel, olive oil in the reservoir, a wick of twisted fibre coming out of a spout. That is not much light. A single lamp gives you enough to see a page and a hand, and not much else. The corners of the room stay dark. The flame moves when the air moves, so the shadows breathe. The oil burns down over a few hours. You can see how far the night has gone by how far it has dropped, and there is a specific quality to writing by a flame like that. You cannot see the whole page at once. You work close. Outside, cold, the Danube in a hard winter with ice at the margins, and the sound the ice makes, which is not silence exactly, but a low, irregular knocking as plates of it move against each other. And a man in his 50s, tired in the specific way that comes from responsibility rather than exertion, picking up a pen and writing a few lines to nobody. Not orders, not dispatches. Those he wrote too, and those are gone. These were the other thing, the lines meant to get himself through until morning. There is a version of him in our heads that is a statue, bronze, on a horse, on the Capitoline Hill in Rome, arm extended. That statue exists. It is one of the very few Roman bronze equestrian statues that survived. And it survived mostly by being mistaken for a Christian emperor. Forget the statue for tonight. It is the wrong image. The right image is smaller. A man sitting close to a lamp, writing something he will not show to anyone, in a camp on a frozen river in the 2nd century, at an hour not unlike this one. Chapter 3. To Himself. I want to be careful about the title of this book because it explains almost everything else. We call it Meditations. That is an English convention that dates back only a few centuries. Marcus Aurelius never called it that. In the Greek manuscript tradition, it is headed ta eis heauton. The words mean the things to himself, or simply to himself. That heading is almost certainly not his either. It is what a later editor or scribe wrote at the top when they had to call it something, but it is the correct description. Everything in the text agrees with it. Here is what is missing from the book. There is no dedication. Ancient books were usually dedicated. This has none of that. There is no preface explaining what the reader is about to encounter. There is no summary of the argument. There is no promise of what will be covered. There is no reader addressed anywhere in it. The second person in the text is Marcus, talking to Marcus. When he says you, he means himself, and it repeats itself constantly. He tells himself perhaps 100 times in 100 slightly different ways that everything passes, that the men who were famous are forgotten, that the thing he is annoyed about will not matter shortly. He tells himself over and over that other people's faults are their business, and that being angry about them does more damage to him than the fault itself does. Now, if you were writing a book to be read, you would cut that. An editor would circle it and say, "You have made this point already, 4 times, and it is stronger once." But he was not writing a book to be read. He was writing to work on himself. And when you are working on yourself, repetition is not a flaw. Repetition is the method. You do not tell yourself something once and become it. You tell yourself something 900 times over 20 years, and some of it takes. The book also contradicts itself in places. There is a running tension in it about what the universe actually is. In some entries he writes as a confident Stoic, with the world as a single living ordered whole, everything connected, everything happening for the good of the whole. In others he allows the other possibility, atoms, chance, no design, nothing arranging anything. And then, more often than not, he tells himself that either way his own job is the same, which is a very tired and very honest place to arrive at. A public philosopher would have to resolve that. You cannot go to print with, "It is either an ordered cosmos or random atoms, and I do not know which." Your critics will eat you. A man at midnight can hold both, because he is not being marked. Now compare this with the other famous books of philosophy, and you see how odd it is. Plato wrote dialogues. They are performances. They are staged with characters and scenery and jokes, and they are designed to lead a reader somewhere. Seneca, the other famous Roman Stoic, wrote letters, and letters have a recipient. His are addressed to Lucilius, and they are brilliant, and they are also clearly written with an eye on posterity. Seneca knew people would read them. You can feel it in the phrasing. Marcus had no eye on posterity. There is no phrase in his notebook that is trying to be quoted, which is precisely why it is trusted. There is nothing in it he needed to get right in front of anyone. There is no reputation being managed, there is nobody he is trying to impress, and nobody he is trying to defeat. He was the emperor. If he had wanted to appear wise, he had every apparatus in the world to do it with. Statues, coins, official histories, public speeches. Instead, in private, he wrote himself notes about not losing his temper. That is the paradox at the center of this. The single most trusted book of practical philosophy in the Western tradition is trusted because it was never meant to be a book. It has no argument to win. It has nothing to sell you. It was one man's attempt to be slightly better tomorrow than he had been today, written down so he would not forget it by morning. And you can read it 18 centuries later, in the dark, and it does not feel like being lectured. It feels like overhearing. Chapter 4. Who he was before he was anyone. He was born on the 26th of April in the year 121 in Rome. The name he was given was Marcus Annius Verus. The family was not old Roman nobility in the deepest sense. They were provincial money and provincial talent that had done extremely well. Their origins were in Baetica, in southern Spain, in the country around a town called Ucubi, near modern Cordoba. This was a heavily Romanized, prosperous corner of the empire, famous for olive oil. It is worth remembering that by the 2nd century, being Roman had very little to do with being from Rome. The family climbed. Marcus's grandfather, also called Marcus Annius Verus, held the consulship 3 times. 3 consulships is a serious thing. It meant you were inside the innermost circle of the state. Marcus's father was another Marcus Annius Verus. He held the office of praetor, which was a real magistracy, and which put him on the ladder, but he died young. The sources are not precise about when, but Marcus was a small child, probably around 3 years old. Marcus writes about this in the first book of his notebook, and what he writes is short and rather moving in its brevity. He says of his father that he knew him by reputation and by what little memory he retained of him, and he credits him with modesty and manliness. His mother was Domitia Lucilla. She was wealthy in her own right. Her family owned a very large tile and brickworks near Rome, and in a city that was constantly building, that was substantial money. After his father's death, the household arrangement changed. Marcus was raised largely in his grandfather's house, and it is his grandfather he thanks first in the notebook. What does he thank him for? Good character and control of the temper. That is the very first line of the book. Not achievements, not the consulships. Temper. He was, by the accounts we have, an unusually serious child, not gloomy, but serious. The sort of child who is described by adults as old for his years. And this is where the Emperor Hadrian enters, and there is a story that has stuck to Marcus ever since. Hadrian was emperor from 117 to 138. He was a complicated, restless, brilliant, sometimes cruel man who spent much of his reign traveling the empire rather than sitting in Rome. The families were connected. Hadrian knew Marcus's grandfather. The boy would have been around at the edges of adult occasions in the way children of that class were. And according to the Historia Augusta, our main narrative source for Marcus's early life, Hadrian noticed him and gave him a nickname. The nickname was Verissimus. The family name was Verus, and Verus in Latin means true. Verissimus is the superlative, truest, the most truthful one. It is a pun, and it is also an observation. He was saying, this boy does not lie, and there is something almost funny about how much he does not lie. I should be honest with you about the source, because I said I would be. The Historia Augusta is a collection of imperial biographies that is famous among historians for being unreliable. It invents documents, it invents people. Parts of it are close to fiction, so the story about the nickname might be embroidered. Historians have argued about it both ways, but there is one piece of hard evidence that supports it, and it is not literary at all. There are Roman coins and medallions from the period that carry the name Verissimus alongside the young Marcus. The name was in circulation. It was attached to him publicly in metal while he was young. So, whatever the exact anecdote, the nickname was real, which means that before he was an emperor, before he had done anything at all, The thing people had decided about this boy was that he was the truthful one. He would go on to spend his nights writing a private notebook that no one was supposed to see, in which he told himself the truth about himself. I am not going to make a lesson out of that. It is just a nice symmetry, and it is true, and it is a reasonable thing to lie in the dark and think about. Chapter 5. The Boy Who Was Chosen. The Roman Empire had a problem it never solved, and the problem was how to get from one emperor to the next without a civil war. There was no constitution for it. There was no rule of succession that everyone accepted. The emperor was officially just a citizen holding a bundle of offices. In practice, he was a monarch, and monarchies need heirs. For most of the 2nd century, the solution was adoption. The reigning emperor picked a capable adult man, adopted him legally as his son, gave him the necessary powers, and everyone agreed in advance who was next. It worked for a while. Historians sometimes call this run the Age of the Adoptive Emperors. Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius. Here is how the machinery closed around Marcus. By the mid-130s, Hadrian was ill and had no heir. He first settled on a man named Lucius Ceionius Commodus, adopted him, and gave him the name Lucius Aelius Caesar. Aelius then died on the 1st of January, 138, before Hadrian did. The plan collapsed. Hadrian, now visibly failing, tried again. In February of 138, he adopted a senator in his early 50s named Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionius Arius Antoninus. We know him as Antoninus Pius. He was a wealthy, mild, conscientious man with a reputation for absolute reliability and no ambition to speak of. But the adoption came with a condition, and the condition is the interesting part. Hadrian required that Antoninus in turn adopt 2 boys. One was Marcus, then 16. The other was the son of the dead Aelius, a boy named Lucius, who was about 7. So Hadrian was not choosing one successor, he was arranging a chain 2 steps ahead from his deathbed. Marcus was engaged to Antoninus's daughter Faustina and eventually married her. Hadrian died in July of 138 at Baiae on the Bay of Naples. Antoninus became emperor. And then, unexpectedly, nothing happened for 23 years. Antoninus Pius reigned from 138 to 161, and his reign is famously uneventful. There were frontier adjustments and provincial troubles, but no great wars, no purges, no crisis that reached the center. Which meant Marcus spent his late teens, his 20s, and his 30s in a strange condition. He was the designated next emperor of the world, and he had, in practical terms, nothing urgent to do. He held the offices: consul at 18, consul again, tribunician power, administrative work, court cases, the routine grind of imperial paperwork, of which there was an enormous quantity. And in that same period, he was doing something else that mattered more to him, which is that he was becoming a philosopher. There is a famous moment reported in the Historia Augusta from his adolescence. He took up the Greek philosophic manner seriously. He wore the rough cloak. He slept on the ground, or on boards rather than a bed, until his mother persuaded him to at least put skins on the boards. He was, in other words, a teenager who had found something and gone all in on it. Antoninus Pius died in March of 161 at Lorium, outside Rome. He was 74. The sources say his last watchword given to the guard was equanimity. Marcus was 39, and he did something immediately that nobody had asked for. Hadrian's arrangement had named 2 boys. But by 161, Lucius, now called Lucius Verus, had no real position. He had not been given the powers. Antoninus had quietly not advanced him. Marcus could simply have continued that. It would have raised no eyebrows at all. He was the obvious sole emperor. The Senate wanted him. The army had no objection. Instead, he insisted that Lucius be made co-emperor with him, full title, full powers in the formal sense. For the first time in Roman history, the empire had 2 Augusti at once. Nobody made him do this. There is no political pressure that historians have identified that required it. The most straightforward reading is the one the sources give. He thought it was what Hadrian had intended, and he thought it was right, and so he did it. And he gave away half of the most valuable thing on earth in the first week of owning it. And there is one more piece which I find harder to shake. Every indication we have is that he did not want the job. There is a story that when he was first told he would be joining the imperial household as a boy, he was gloomy about it, and when his household asked why, he listed the evils that being a ruler brings. You can decide how much weight to give a story like that, but the notebook backs it up in a different register, because a very large amount of what he wrote to himself decades later in the dark is one man reminding another man to do a job he did not choose and would not have chosen and could not put down. Chapter 6. The Teachers. The first book of the notebook is not like the rest of it. The rest is fragments, jumping between subjects. Book 1 is one long, sustained piece, and it has a single form, repeated 17 times or so. The form is, from this person, I got this. It is a list. It names real people, most of them otherwise obscure, and it says exactly what he believes he took from each one. Let me take you through several of them, because the specifics are the whole point. It begins with his grandfather Verus, and what he credits him with is good morals and the government of his temper. First line of the book, not power, not the consulships, temper control. Then his father, whom he barely knew, from reputation and memory, modesty and a manly character. Then his mother Domitia Lucilla, piety, generosity, abstaining not only from evil deeds, but even from evil thoughts, and simplicity in her way of living, far removed from the habits of the rich. Then Diognetus. Diognetus seems to have been a painting master, and the entry about him is one of the strangest and best in the book. Marcus credits Diognetus with teaching him not to busy himself with trivial things, and not to believe the people who claim to work wonders and drive out demons and that sort of thing. So the painting teacher was also the man who told a Roman boy in the 2nd century that the miracle workers were frauds. Then Junius Rusticus, and this is the most important name in the book. Rusticus was a serious Stoic, from a family with a history of principled opposition to bad emperors. He was consul and later prefect of the city under Marcus. What does Marcus say he owes him? First, the idea that his character needed improvement and discipline at all. That is a substantial debt to acknowledge. Second, and I love this one, he says Rusticus stopped him being seduced by rhetoric and by writing on speculative subjects and delivering little moral exhortations, and stopped him showing off as a man of discipline and doing benevolent acts for display. Rusticus, in other words, took a talented young man who was very good with words and told him to stop performing. Third, he credits Rusticus with teaching him to write letters plainly, without affectation, and to be easily reconciled with people who had annoyed him or wronged him as soon as they were willing. And fourth, the one that changed everything, he says, Rusticus let him have the writings of Epictetus from his own library. We will come to what that meant in a while. Then Apollonius of Chalcedon, a Stoic teacher whom Antoninus Pius brought to Rome for Marcus. From Apollonius he credits freedom of will and steadiness of purpose, and looking to nothing else, not even for a moment, except to reason. And then this. He says Apollonius was the same man in acute pain at the loss of a child and in long illness. That is not doctrine. That is a young man watching an older man's face at a funeral and never forgetting it. Then Sextus of Hieronea, who was, our sources say, a relative of the biographer Plutarch. From Sextus, Marcus credits a benevolent disposition and the example of a household governed in a fatherly way and the idea of living according to nature. He also says of Sextus that he had the art of being agreeable to all sorts of people, so that conversation with him was more pleasant than any flattery, and yet those same people respected him. Then Alexander the grammarian, and the entry is very small and very sharp. From Alexander he learned to avoid fault-finding, and not to jump on people who used a barbarous or ungrammatical expression, but instead to introduce the correct word gently in the course of answering them. That is a whole social philosophy in one sentence about grammar. Then Fronto. Marcus Cornelius Fronto was the most celebrated Latin orator of his generation, and he was Marcus's tutor in rhetoric, and they were genuinely close. We know this unusually well because a large body of their correspondence survives. It was found in 1815 by Cardinal Angelo Mai in a palimpsest, which is a manuscript that has been scraped clean and written over. The letters were underneath. Those letters show a warm, fussy, affectionate relationship. Fronto worries about Marcus's health. Marcus tells Fronto about his day, about grape harvesting, about a sore throat. And what does Marcus credit Fronto with in the notebook? One thing. He says that from Fronto he learned to observe what envy and duplicity and hypocrisy are in a tyrant, and that generally speaking, those among us who are called patricians are rather deficient in natural affection. So the great rhetorician gets thanked in the private ledger, not for style, but for teaching a future emperor what the powerful are actually like. There are more. Claudius, Maximus, Catulus, Severus, from whom he says he learned about a government of law with equal rights and equal freedom of speech. Each gets a few lines. None of them are famous now. Most of them we know almost nothing about beyond what is in this list. They are remembered because one of their students, at night, decades later, wrote down what he owed them. Chapter 7, the book that begins with thank you. Sit with the shape of that for a minute. Here is the most powerful man in the world. Here is a private notebook that no one is meant to read. Here is a man who does not need to flatter anybody ever again for any reason. And the first thing in it is a debt list. Not a plan, not a grievance, not a record of what he had achieved. A long, careful, itemized account of what other people had put into him. That is not how private writing usually goes. Private writing tends to be where we complain. I want to be precise about what makes it strange, though. It is not that gratitude is unusual as a subject. It is that gratitude is normally social. Almost everyone in this list was dead by the time he wrote it, or soon would be. There was no relationship being maintained. There was no one to hear it. So he was not thanking them. He was reminding himself of something. The something, I think, is this. He was reminding himself that nothing about him was self-made. The temper he had control of was his grandfather's gift. The plain style he wrote in was Rusticus's correction. The steadiness he tried for was Apollonius's example. The willingness to let a mistake pass without correcting it was Alexander's habit. The clear sight about powerful men was Fronto's. Even the philosophy at the center of his whole inner life came to him as a physical object, a set of books, handed over by a teacher out of his own library. If you write that down and read it back, it becomes very hard to hold the belief that you are a remarkable man. And he was at that point being publicly told he was a remarkable man on a continuous basis by everybody he met, which is one of the specific occupational hazards of being an emperor. Book 1 is a corrective. It is a man pushing back against his own position in private by listing the people who made him. Now let me stay with one entry in particular, because it is the longest in the book and the most personal. It is about Antoninus Pius, his adoptive father. Marcus lived alongside this man for 23 years, watching him do the job that Marcus would one day inherit. The entry is essentially a portrait, and what is remarkable is what it contains and what it leaves out. It leaves out policy. It leaves out the achievements of a long and stable reign. It leaves out anything a historian would put in. What it contains is behavior. He credits Antoninus with mildness and with an unshakable adherence to decisions once they had been properly examined. He notes that he had no vanity about honors, that he loved work and was persistent at it, that he was ready to listen to anyone who had anything to contribute about the common good. He praises him for tolerating people who criticized him without getting annoyed about it, and for not being touchy. And there is a detail I keep returning to. He notes that Antoninus was able to leave off and take up again the same work without difficulty, and that he was the same man in private as in public. Consistency, in other words. The absence of a second face. There is something almost technical about the whole entry. It reads like a man studying another man's method, the way an apprentice studies a craftsman's hands. And then, at the end of the notebook, in the last book, he comes back to Antoninus one more time and tells himself to be, in everything, a pupil of his adoptive father, to recall his constancy and his evenness and how he bore things. 19 years into being emperor himself, he was still using the old man as the standard. I said I would not moralize, and I will not. But I will point out one plain thing, because it is a fact about the text rather than a lesson. Everything in Book 1 is small. There is no entry that says, "From him I learned to be great." It is all temper, plain letters, not showing off, not correcting people harshly, not being touchy, being the same in private as in public. He was the ruler of the known world, and the ledger of what he valued in other people would fit on a single page, and would apply just as well to a man who ran a shop. Chapter 8. The Slave Who Taught the Emperor. Back to that one line in the notebook about Junius Rusticus. Marcus says he is grateful to Rusticus for giving him access to the writings of Epictetus out of Rusticus's own collection. That is one clause in a long paragraph, and it is the hinge of the entire book. So let me tell you about Epictetus. He was born around the year 50 in Hierapolis, a city in Phrygia, in what is now western Turkey. There are ruins there today, a theatre, and the white terraces of mineral pools that the place is famous for. He was born a slave. Not enslaved later, born into it, which is how most slavery in the Roman world worked. The name Epictetus is Greek, and it means, roughly, acquired. It is not really a name. It is what you call a piece of property. We do not know what his mother called him. He was owned in Rome by a man called Epaphroditus, who was himself a freed slave and who had become an administrative secretary to the Emperor Nero. He was lame, permanently, in one leg, and he walked with difficulty for his whole life. The sources disagree about why. The philosopher Simplicius, writing much later, says it was the result of a disease. There is another story, preserved through the writer Celsus, that his master twisted or broke his leg, and that Epictetus remarked calmly while it was happening that it would break, and when it broke, said, "There, I told you." Historians tend to think that second story is a later invention, the sort of thing that accretes around a philosopher. I mention it because it circulated, not because it happened. At some point he was permitted to study philosophy, which happened for some household slaves whose owners saw a use for it. He studied under a Stoic named Musonius Rufus, and at some point after Nero's death in 68, he was freed. He taught in Rome for a while. Then, around the year 89 or perhaps 93, the Emperor Domitian expelled the philosophers from Rome, and Epictetus left Italy. He settled at Nicopolis, on the west coast of Greece, in Epirus, near the modern town of Preveza. Nicopolis was a city founded by Augustus to commemorate the Battle of Actium. It was a real place with real streets and a harbour, and, for a few decades, a philosophy school run by a lame ex-slave. He lived very simply. The ancient reports say his house had almost nothing in it. He is supposed to have needed no lock on the door because there was nothing worth taking, and he wrote nothing. Not a word. Everything we have from Epictetus exists because a student wrote it down. The student was Arrian, Lucius Flavius Arrianus from Nicomedia in Bithynia, a well-born Greek who went on to have a serious Roman career, held the consulship, governed Cappadocia, and wrote a history of Alexander the Great that is still one of our main sources for it. As a young man, he sat in Epictetus's classes and took notes. He then produced 8 books of what we call the Discourses, of which 4 survive, and a short summary handbook, the Enchiridion. Arrian claimed in his preface that he had not composed these, but had simply written down what the man said as far as he could in his own words to keep for himself, which is an oddly familiar claim to run into twice in one story. So the chain looks like this. A boy born a slave in Phrygia is brought to Rome as property, becomes lame, is allowed to study, is freed, is expelled from Italy, sets up a school in a provincial Greek town, and talks. A student writes the talking down. The books circulate quietly among people who care about that sort of thing. One copy ends up in the personal library of a Roman senator named Junius Rusticus. Rusticus becomes the philosophy teacher of a boy in the imperial household. He hands him the books. The boy becomes Emperor of Rome, and for the rest of his life, when he cannot sleep, the voice he argues with in his own head is the voice of a man who was born owned. You can see it in the text. The vocabulary is epicteton. The distinction between what is in our control and what is not, which runs through everything Marcus writes, is the first sentence of the Enchiridion. Marcus quotes him by name. He tells himself in one entry that he has been given certain principles from a source, and he lists them, and the source is Epictetus. I am not going to draw a moral out of that, because it does not need one, and because it is late. I will just leave the two of them in the same sentence for a moment. Epictetus, at Nicopolis, owning almost nothing, walking badly, talking to a room of young men in the afternoon. Marcus Aurelius, 100 years later, on the Danube, owning everything there was to own, sitting by a lamp at night, writing down the same ideas in his own handwriting to get himself through until morning. Neither of them wrote a book. One of them did not write at all, and the other one wrote only to himself. And both of those non-books survived, and we are still reading them, and there is really no good reason why we should be. That is the part I want to come back to later. How the notebook got out of the tent. But we have hours yet, and there is no hurry at all. Chapter 9. What the Stoics actually said. The philosophy Marcus was using on himself that night was already about 450 years old. It did not begin in a palace. It began, according to the ancient story, with a shipwreck. A merchant named Zeno, from the city of Citium on the island of Cyprus, was shipping purple dye across the Mediterranean. Somewhere near Piraeus, the port of Athens, the cargo was lost. This is around 300 BC, give or take a decade. The details come down to us through Diogenes Laertius, who was writing centuries later, so we hold them loosely. Zeno came ashore with nothing much to do. He wandered into a bookshop in Athens and heard the bookseller reading aloud from a book about Socrates. He asked where men like that could be found. The bookseller pointed at a man walking past in the street. That is the story. a ruined merchant standing in a shop asking a stranger where to find a better way to live. Zeno began to teach. He did not have a building. He taught in a public colonnade on the north side of the Athenian marketplace, a covered walkway with a roof and columns and paintings on the back wall, including one of the Battle of Marathon. It was called the Stoa Poikile, the painted porch. That is the whole origin of the word Stoic. It is not a Greek word for endurance, or hardness, or silence. It is the word for a porch. The school was named after a piece of architecture, a place where you could stand out of the rain and talk. I find that worth holding on to at 3 a.m. The most severe-sounding philosophy in the Western tradition is named after somewhere people sheltered. After Zeno came Cleanthes from Assos, who by tradition supported himself hauling water at night so he could study in the day. After Cleanthes came Chrysippus from Soli, who took the loose set of ideas and turned it into a system. Chrysippus is said to have written more than 700 books. Almost none of them survive. There was an ancient line that if there had been no Chrysippus, there would have been no Stoa. So by the time the ideas reach Marcus in a tent on the Danube, they have already passed through Greek shopkeepers, water carriers, logicians, and Roman senators. He is not the founder. He is a late user. Now, the part that gets misunderstood. If you say the word Stoic today, most people hear something like feel nothing, show nothing, sit through the funeral with a straight face, absorb the blow, and do not flinch. That is not what the school taught. That version is a description of a man swallowing something, and swallowing something is not what they were talking about at all. The Stoics thought emotions were not simply weather that happens to us. They thought most of our strongest emotions contain a judgment inside them, an opinion about what has happened and what it means and whether it is a disaster. Anger, in their analysis, is not just heat in the chest. It carries a belief that I have been wronged and that this is intolerable, and that something must be done about it now. Take the belief out and the heat goes somewhere else. They were also honest enough to admit the first jolt is not optional. The Roman Stoics had a term for the involuntary flinch, the first movement, the thing your body does before you have any say. The pale face. The catch in the breath. Seneca writes about it directly. You cannot decide not to flinch. Nobody claimed you could. What they claimed was that there is a second step. The impression arrives. Then something in us signs off on it, agrees, says yes, that is how it is, and yes, this is terrible. That signing off is called assent. It is the hinge of the whole system. So, Stoicism is not a philosophy of feeling nothing. It is a philosophy of what you agree to. And they did not want a life without feeling. They kept a whole category of good feeling, joy, a kind of clear caution instead of fear, wishing well toward other people. The goal was not a dead man. The goal was a man whose feelings were not built on top of false beliefs. Marcus knew all of this. He was not exploring it. He was reminding himself of it over and over in a notebook, because knowing it and doing it at midnight are two different things, which is more or less why the notebook exists. Chapter 10. The one question that sorts everything. There is a single move at the base of it, and it is almost embarrassingly simple to state. Some things are up to us, some things are not. That is the whole thing. That is the sorting question. Epictetus opens the Enchiridion with it. Not on page 30. The first sentence. In George Long's translation from 1862, it reads, "Of things some are in our power, and others are not." The Enchiridion is a small handbook put together by his student Arrian from the things Epictetus said in his classroom at Nicopolis on the western coast of Greece. The word Enchiridion means something you keep in the hand, a manual, something you carry, and the very first thing it does is hand you a sorting tray. In our power, Epictetus says, are our judgments, our impulses, our desires, and aversions. In short, whatever is our own doing. Not in our power, the body, reputation, property, office. In short, whatever is not our own doing. Now that second list is worth sitting with, because it is longer than we would like. Our body is on it. Our health is on it. What other people think of us is on it. Whether the work we did will be recognized. Whether the person we love will stay. Whether the thing we built will last. All of it on the list of things that are not fully ours. This is not a cheerful doctrine on first contact. It sounds like an amputation. But watch what it actually does at 3 in the morning. Because at 3 in the morning, most of us are not thinking about one problem. We are holding a bundle, and the bundle is made of two completely different kinds of material tangled together, which is exactly why it will not resolve. There is the part that has a next action, a call to make, a form to fill, a sentence to say to someone on Thursday. And there is the part that does not. What the scan will show, whether the company will do the restructure in March, whether your son will call, whether the thing you said in 1998 is still sitting in someone's memory the way it is sitting in yours. The second kind is not a problem, it only looks like one. A problem is something you can work on. The second kind cannot be worked on. It can only be turned over, and turning it over feels like effort, which is why the mind mistakes it for progress. That is the specific trick of the small hours. Rumination impersonates work. So the Stoic question is not, how do I fix this? The Stoic question is, whose is this? If it is yours, there is an action, and the action is almost always available in daylight, not now. If it is not yours, there is nothing to be done tonight, and there was never going to be. And Epictetus puts it in a hard form. If you want things that are not in your power, he says, you will be disappointed. He is not being cruel, he is describing a mechanism. You have attached your piece to a lever that is not connected to your hand. Here is the thing I want to say plainly, because the modern version of this idea is often sold too easily. Letting go is not something you do once. It does not stay done. We put a thing down and find it back in our hands 20 minutes later, and there is no technique that stops that permanently. And anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something. What the sorting question does is smaller than that and more useful. It tells you which of the two things you are holding. Sometimes just knowing which one it is takes about 11% of the weight off, not all of it, some of it. And Marcus, remember, was the most powerful man in the known world. He had legions, he had the treasury, he had the authority to have a man executed before lunch. And he still needed this. He still wrote to himself in a tent about what was and was not in his control. Which tells you something the self-help version misses. The dichotomy of control is not a coping strategy for the powerless. The Emperor of Rome could not make the river freeze on schedule. He could not make the plague stop. He could not make his own son into a different man. Power widens the list of things you can affect. It never empties the other list. Chapter 11. It is not the thing, it is the judgment. Let us slow down on the mechanism, because this is the piece Marcus writes to himself the most often, and it is the piece that is easiest to say and hardest to do. The Stoics broke a moment into parts. First, an impression arrives. Something appears to you, a sound in the house, a tone in someone's voice, a number on a page, an email at 4:50 on a Friday. The impression is not a thought yet. It is more like a knock at the door. Second, something in you answers the door. You agree with what the impression seems to be saying. You sign it. That signature is assent, and the Stoics thought that was where you actually live. Not in the event, in the signing. Marcus writes it to himself in a dozen shapes. In Long's translation, one of them runs, "Take away thy opinion," and then there is taken away the complaint, "I have been harmed." Another, "If thou art pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs thee, but thy own judgment about it." Now, I want to be careful here, because there is a bad version of this idea in circulation, and the bad version will keep you awake rather than let you sleep. The bad version says, nothing can hurt you unless you let it, which quietly means, if you are hurting, that is your fault too. That is not a philosophy. That is a second injury. The Stoics did not say the impression is fake. They did not say the loss is not a loss. When Marcus's children died, they were dead. When the plague came through the camps, men were dead. He is not writing that the deaths were an opinion. He is writing about the layer that we add on top. And there is always a layer. That is not a moral failing. It is just what minds do. Here is a very ordinary example. Somebody does not reply to your message. That is the event. Roughly 40 characters of fact. No reply, 3 days. By 3 in the morning, that fact has grown a story. They are angry. Something has shifted. The friendship has been quietly downgraded, and you are the last to know. You go back through the last conversation looking for the sentence that did it. None of that arrived with the event. All of it was added. And the added part is what you are actually lying awake with, not the silence. The commentary on the silence. The Stoics said there is a gap between the knock and the signature, a small one, and in that gap is the only real freedom anyone has. I am not going to tell you the gap is easy to find. It is not. At 3 a.m, the gap is very thin. The impression and the judgment arrive so close together that they feel like one object. That is the honest description. But it does widen, not through effort exactly, more through noticing. You catch yourself once in 10 times, and the once is enough to prove the seam is there. Epictetus gave his students a practice for exactly this. When a harsh impression arrives, he taught them to say to it directly, "You are an impression, and not at all what you appear to be." Then to examine it against the sorting question from the last chapter, is this in my power or not? He wanted his students to talk to the impression before agreeing with it, to make it wait at the door. There is something almost domestic about that. A knock, and instead of opening, you say, "Hold on, who is it?" Marcus does the same thing in the notebook, except he is both the teacher and the student. He is the one at the door and the one telling himself not to open it yet. And you can hear in how often he repeats it that it did not become automatic for him either. He was in his 50s. He had been doing this since he was a boy in a plain wool cloak. And he was still writing it down at night, in Greek, by lamplight, in a camp, which is the most encouraging thing about the book, honestly. It is not the record of a man who solved it. It is the record of a man who kept practicing it without ever expecting to be finished. Chapter 12. The 3 Disciplines. Now I want to lay out the frame that holds all of this together, and I want to be honest about where the frame comes from. Meditations does not have chapters like a modern book. It is not organized. It is 12 books of entries, some a paragraph, some a line, circling the same handful of ideas in no particular order. If you sit down and read it, front to back, you can feel a little lost. Where is the argument? Where is the structure? In the 20th century, a French scholar named Pierre Hadot spent a great deal of his life on this question. Hadot published a book on Marcus in French in 1992, translated into English as The Inner Citadel, and he made a case that has shaped how most people now read the notebook. His case was this: Meditations looks unstructured because it is not a treatise. It is a set of exercises, and underneath it there is an architecture, borrowed from Epictetus, of 3 disciplines. Epictetus, in the Discourses, describes 3 areas of training. Hadot's contribution was to argue that this is the hidden skeleton of Marcus's entries. That is a modern reading of an ancient text. It is a very good reading, and it is not something Marcus himself sets out anywhere as a scheme. I say that because it matters, and because you can hear that kind of honesty in the dark, and it makes the rest more trustworthy. So, 3 disciplines. The first is the discipline of desire. What to want. This is the one that governs what you reach for and what you flinch from, not your actions, your appetites. The pull before the movement. The training here is to want what is actually available, to stop wanting the past to be different, which is the single most common form of wanting the impossible. The plain version of it is this: most suffering is a disagreement with what has already happened. The second is the discipline of action, what to do. This one faces outward, toward other people. The Stoics were not hermits. They thought human beings are made for each other the way hands are made for each other, and Marcus writes that image more than once. The training here is to act for the common benefit, and to act with what they called a reserve clause. You do the thing fully, and you hold the outcome loosely, because the outcome was never on your list. You send the letter. Whether it is answered was always someone else's department. The third is the discipline of assent. What to believe. This is the one we spent the last chapter on, the examination of impressions before agreeing with them, the refusal to sign what has not been read. So, what to want, what to do, what to believe. Hadot mapped these onto 3 ways of seeing the world, which is where it gets rather beautiful. Desire relates to nature, to the whole, to accepting how things are. Action relates to other people. Assent relates to your own mind. 3 relationships: to the universe, to each other, to yourself. And I think there is a reason this frame survives. It covers the whole surface. Almost anything that keeps a person awake at night falls into one of the 3. Wanting something you cannot have. That is the first. Something you did to someone, or something you owe someone, or something you have not said. That is the second. A story you are telling yourself that you have never once checked. That is the third. Try it, lightly, with whatever you are carrying tonight. Not to solve it, just to see which of the 3 drawers it belongs in. Most people find it goes in the first drawer. Most of what we lie awake with is a quarrel with a fact. And there is a mercy in the frame, which is that only one of the 3 drawers is open at night. You cannot act on anyone at 3 in the morning. The other 2 are things you can do lying still. Marcus, in his tent, had the same restriction. He could not summon a legate at that hour, or move a legion, or write to the Senate. The night reduced him to the same 2 rooms it reduces everyone to. What to want and what to believe. Those were the ones open to him. And so, those are the ones he wrote in. Chapter 13, Attention. There is a Greek word that sits underneath all 3 disciplines, and it is the least dramatic word in the whole system. Prosoch, attention, not attention as concentration, exactly. Not the effortful kind you use to read a contract, more like continuous presence, being here in this hour rather than in some other one. Hadot argued that this was the fundamental Stoic attitude, the thing every exercise was really training. And you can see why. The 3 disciplines only work if someone is home when the impression arrives. Marcus keeps calling himself back to the present in the notebook. He does it many times. He tells himself that the only thing anyone can lose is the present moment, because that is the only thing anyone has. He points out that a man who dies at 100 and a man who dies at 3 and 30 lose exactly the same thing, since neither of them can lose a past that is gone or a future he never had. That is a strange, cold-sounding piece of arithmetic, but it lands somewhere warm if you sit with it. Here is what I notice about the repetition, though, and it is the same thing we noticed earlier. He would not have to keep calling himself back if he were not constantly leaving. That is the tell. You do not write a note to yourself about something you already do. The notebook is a map of where his mind kept going without him. And where was it going? The same two places everyone's goes. Backward, into things already finished. The way Verus behaved. The thing Cassius might have meant. A decision made in the year 169 that could not be unmade in the year 174. Forward into things not yet arrived. The spring campaign, whether the tribes would cross, what Commodus would be like when the weight of it landed on him. Neither place exists, both are extremely convincing. Now, the present moment gets talked about a great deal these days, usually with a bell sound and a soft voice, and I think it has been slightly worn out by use. So let me put it more plainly and more physically, because that is closer to what the Stoics meant. The present moment is not a mood, it is a location. Right now there is a weight of blanket on you. There is a temperature in the room, and the room is probably a little cooler than it was 2 hours ago. There is a texture of pillow under one side of your face. There is the sound of this voice, and under it, if you go looking, the sound of the building. None of that requires anything from you. It is not asking you to decide anything. It has no opinion about 1998. That is what he keeps steering himself toward. Not a special state. Just the actual room. And the Stoic argument for it is not that presence feels nice. It is more austere than that. The argument is that the present is the only place where any action is possible. Everything else is theatre. You cannot do anything in 1998, and you cannot do anything in March. The only door that opens is the one in this hour, and at this hour it opens onto very little, which is the point. At 3 in the morning, the only available action is usually to lie there. And lying there is enough, because it is the only thing on offer. There is a particular relief in that if you let it in. The night is not asking you to solve anything. It has no capacity to receive a solution. It is a closed shop. Marcus, on the frontier, had a version of this that was more literal than ours. There were whole weeks where the campaign could not move. Winter on the Danube. The ground hard, the river ice unreliable, the supply lines slow. An emperor with all the power in the world, sitting still because the weather said so. And he wrote in that stillness, not because it was pleasant, because it was where he was. Attention, in the Stoic sense, is mostly just agreeing to be where you are. You are already doing it. You have been doing it for the last several minutes, without calling it anything. Chapter 14. The view from above. There is one exercise in the notebook that is different from the others, because it is not an argument, it is a picture. Marcus does it again and again. He rises. In his imagination, he goes up, out of the tent, above the camp, above the river, until the whole of it is small underneath him, and then he looks down and describes what he sees. In George Long's translation of one such passage, the instruction to himself begins, "Look down from above on the countless herds of men." And then he lists what is down there. The armies on their marches, the farms, the weddings and the divorces, the births and the deaths, the courtrooms, the noise of the law, the islands where men are exiled, the banquets and the funerals and the markets, all the different peoples, all doing this simultaneously. He notes elsewhere that whoever would talk about human beings should look down on earthly things from on high, an idea he takes from Plato. It is not a mystical exercise. It is a change of camera, and the thing to notice is what it does to scale. Down at ground level, the letter you have to write on Tuesday is the size of the sky. Everything is the size of the sky when your face is pressed against it. From above, it is a man at a desk in a room, in a building, in a street. Now, I want to be careful here, because this exercise has a failure mode, and it is a well-known one at 3 in the morning. The failure mode is nihilism. The slide from nothing is that big to nothing matters. That is not what it is for, and Marcus is not doing that. You can tell because of what he does immediately afterward. He does not conclude that his duties are pointless. He goes back down and does them. The notebook is full of him getting up and going back to the work. So, what is it for? It is for proportion, only that. There is a difference between something being small and something being nothing. The exercise is not designed to shrink your life to zero. It is designed to shrink today's irritation to its correct size, which is small but is not zero. Somebody was short with you on the phone. From ground level, that is an event with a whole afternoon attached to it. From above it is 2 mammals on a planet, one of whom had a bad morning. That is not a dismissal of your feelings. It is a correction of the lens. The feelings were real, the size was wrong. And there is a second thing the view from above does, which I think is the part people actually come for. It does not just make your trouble small, it makes your trouble ordinary. Because when you go up and look down, the thing you see is that all of it is happening at once. Right now, tonight, while you are lying there, some large number of other people are awake in the dark with something they cannot put down. Somebody is sitting in a hospital corridor. Somebody is looking at a bank balance. Somebody is rehearsing a conversation with a person who died 4 years ago. You are not the exception. You are one of the herd, in the most consoling possible sense of that word. Marcus found the same. He is emperor, and when he rises and looks down, he sees that his own position is one small item on a very long list. Elsewhere in the notebook, he keeps reminding himself how quickly emperors are forgotten, and he names them, and it is not self-pity, it is company. Vespasian's court, he says in effect, is gone. All those people marrying and haggling and falling ill and dying, and now not one of them anywhere. Then the court of Trajan, the same, gone. And he counts himself in that list, which is the important part. He is not looking down at other people. He is looking down at everybody, and he is one of the dots. I find that this exercise works better lying down than it has any right to. You are already horizontal. You are already still. The room is dark, which means the ceiling is not really there. You can go up from here quite easily. The roof, the street with its one car every few minutes, the town with its scatter of lights, most of them off, the coast, the dark side of the world, turning slowly, with all its awake people on it, and you, one of them, small, not nothing. Chapter 15. Everything is changing all the time. The next idea is the one people find bleak when they read it in daylight and comforting when they hear it at night. So let us take it at night. Nothing holds still. Marcus returns to this more than almost any other thought. He was not the first. He is drawing on Heraclitus, the philosopher from Ephesus, who was writing around 500 BC and whose work survives only in fragments quoted by other people. Heraclitus is the river man. The idea that comes down to us is that you cannot step into the same river twice because the water has moved on, and so he seems to have added, have you. We should be careful with the attribution. What we have are fragments preserved in later authors, including Plato and Plutarch, and the exact words are disputed. But the thought is his, and Marcus names him directly in the notebook more than once. And Marcus takes the image and makes it his own. In Long's translation, one of the entries begins, "Time is like a river made up of the events which happen and a violent stream." He goes on, "As soon as a thing has been seen, it is carried away, and another comes in its place, and this will be carried away too." He is on a river, incidentally, camped by one for years. The Danube would have been about 40 meters from where he was writing on some of those nights, moving in the dark. So, nothing holds still. Now let me say what that actually means for the thing you are carrying tonight. The situation you are worried about is not a solid object. It is a process that you are looking at through a very narrow window. We tend to think of trouble as a wall. It is there. It is that height, and it will be that height tomorrow. But no state of affairs has ever stayed the same. Not one, ever, in the history of the world. Every difficulty anyone has ever had has either resolved or changed shape, or been outlived, or been carried by someone who eventually became a different person than the one who first picked it up. You have proof of this in your own file. Think about what was keeping you awake 7 years ago. There was something. There is always something. Most people, when they try this, cannot immediately remember. And when they do remember, it usually has the strange quality of belonging to somebody else. You can recall the facts and not the grip. That is not because it was trivial. It was not trivial. It is because the river moved, and the honest, gentle version of this idea includes you in it. The person who will be dealing with this in 18 months is not exactly you. He will have information you do not have. He will have absorbed things you have not absorbed yet. He will find some of this easier for reasons neither of us can predict from here. We tend to plan for the future as if we will arrive there unchanged, carrying today's exact fear with today's exact resources. That has never once been how it worked. Now, there is a harder edge to flux, and it would be dishonest to leave it out. If nothing holds still, then the good things do not hold still either. Marcus knew that with unusual force. He writes about how quickly things pass, and he was watching it happen. Children, friends, teachers, whom he lists by name in the first book of the notebook, most of them already dead by the time he wrote them down. He does not pretend that is fine. He does not do a trick with it. What he does is put it next to something else. He says, in effect, this is what a thing like this is. A wave forms and does not stay a wave. That is not a defect in the wave. And the strange result, if you sit with it long enough, is that impermanence stops being only a threat and becomes partly a description of what makes anything valuable in the first place. Nothing scarce would be scarce if it stayed. But I do not want to press that too hard tonight. It is a daylight thought. The night version is much simpler, and it is enough. Whatever this is, it is moving. It is moving right now, while you lie here, in ways you cannot see and are not required to manage. It was different a year ago. It will be different a year from now. And the river outside his tent, and the one outside your window if there is one, and the blood going round inside you at this moment are all doing the same thing, which is not stopping. Chapter 16. Memento Mori, without the fear. We should talk about death, and we should do it carefully, because you are lying in the dark, and I have no interest in leaving you worse than I found you. First, a small honesty. The phrase Memento Mori is not Marcus's. It is Latin, and it comes into wide use much later, mostly in Christian Europe, on tombs and in paintings, on skulls and hourglasses and rotting fruit. Marcus wrote in Greek and never used it. But the practice is his, all through the notebook, and it is one of the most persistent things in it. He was not being morbid for effect. Look at where he was. He was in a military camp during a war that ran for years. He lived through an epidemic that swept the empire from the mid-160s and killed an enormous number of people, though the ancient figures are unreliable and modern estimates vary widely. Soldiers died in the camps. His own household was hit repeatedly. He and Faustina had many children. The sources suggest 13 or 14, and most of them did not survive him. He was not thinking about death as a philosophical topic. It was in the next tent, and what he does with it, over and over, is almost the opposite of what we expect. He uses it to reduce the pressure, not increase it. Here is how that works. Most of what exhausts us is not the thing itself. It is the sense that everything is permanent and everything counts and nothing can be set down. Death in his hands is a boundary. It is the fact that this has an edge, and an edge is what makes something a shape rather than a flood. In Long's translation, there is a line where he sets Alexander the Macedonian next to the man who looked after his mules and observes that death brought both of them to the same state. He is not sneering at Alexander. He is noting that the same door is at the end of both corridors, and that this is oddly level and oddly fair. There is a permission hidden inside that. If the same edge is coming for the emperor and the mule keeper, then the enormous importance you have been assigning to being right about something in 2019 is, at minimum, negotiable. You are allowed to put it down, not because it did not matter, because there is a limit on how much anything is required to be carried. And there is one more piece, which is the one I think about most. Marcus writes in several places that no one loses any life other than the one he is living, and no one lives any life other than the one he is losing. Long puts it in that shape, which means the only thing that can actually be taken from any of us is the present moment. That is the whole holding. Everything else is either already gone, in which case it cannot be lost, or not yet arrived, in which case it was never ours. That sounds severe on the page. In the dark, it is nearly the opposite, because it means you are not standing to lose the decades. You cannot lose them. They are not in your hands to lose. The only thing in your hands is tonight, and tonight you are warm and lying down, and nothing is being taken. The ancient argument against fearing death was mostly Epicurus's, not the Stoics, but they were adjacent on it, and it is very old and very plain. You were not distressed by the enormous stretch of time before you were born, and there is no obvious reason the stretch after should be different in kind. You have already been absent from the world for most of its history. It did not hurt. I do not offer that as proof of anything. Nobody has proof. I offer it because it is the shape of the thought Marcus was working with in a tent at 50-something, in a plague year on a frontier, and it appears to have helped him get through the night, which is what we are doing. He is not asking you to be brave about it. There is no bravery required at this hour. Bravery is a daytime activity. He is asking something much smaller, which is to notice that the boundary exists, and then to notice how much less enormous today becomes when it is sitting inside a boundary rather than floating in an infinite plane. The day was a day. It has an edge. It has already ended, in fact, some hours ago, and you are past it. Nothing is being asked of you now. The room is cool. The house has finished its settling. Whatever is moving in the world is moving without your supervision, and it will continue to, whether you watch it or not. You do not have to watch it. Chapter 17. The Plague. Around the year 165, the armies of Rome were in the east. There had been a war with Parthia. It had gone well, in the way these things were counted at the time. Cities had been taken. Seleucia on the Tigris was sacked. Ctesiphon was entered. Messages went back to Rome, and the mint struck coins, and men who had left home years before began the long walk west. They brought something back with them. We do not know exactly where it started. The ancient writers say the east, and one story blames the opening of a sealed temple at Seleucia, which is the sort of story people tell when they need a reason. What we can say is that from about 165 or 166 onward, a sickness moved along the roads and the supply lines of the empire, and it did not stop. It is called the Antonine Plague, after the family name of the emperors it happened under. A physician named Galen was living and working through it. He was from Pergamon in what is now Turkey, and probably the most careful observer of the human body in the ancient world. He left descriptions: fever, thirst, a foul stomach, black stool, and then, after roughly a week or 9 days, an eruption on the skin, spreading, drying, and scabbing over. Modern scholars read those notes and think it was most likely smallpox. They also say, honestly, that we cannot be certain. There is no bone, no tooth, no confirmed sample. There is a doctor's description written for other doctors, and a scattering of inscriptions and gaps in the record where there used to be people. The identification is probable. It is not proven. It is fair to leave it there. What we can measure is the shape of the hole it left. Estimates of the death toll vary enormously, and anyone who gives you one confident number is telling you more than the evidence allows. Some historians argue for something in the range of 1 or 2% of the population of the empire. Others argue for figures many times higher in the worst affected places, perhaps 1/10 of everyone, perhaps more in crowded cities and army camps. The population of the Roman Empire at the time is itself only an estimate, usually put somewhere between 50 and 70 million. So the range of the guesses runs from something like 1 million dead to something like 10 million or more over a stretch of years. That is a very wide range. It is also the truth of the matter. When you go looking for the exact figure, you find instead a lot of careful scholars disagreeing politely with each other in footnotes. What is not in doubt is that it went on for a long time. It came in waves. It appears to have returned to Rome more than 20 years after it began, in the reign of Marcus's son. Marcus governed through all of it. He was in his 40s when it arrived. He would be dead before it fully burned out. In between, he had to keep an army supplied while it was losing men to fever rather than to spears. He had to fill the ranks. Recruiting became difficult enough that slaves and gladiators were enrolled, and the games in the city suffered for it, which people complained about. He sold imperial property at auction in the Forum of Trajan rather than raise taxes further. Household goods, silk, vessels of gold and crystal, his wife's dresses according to the ancient accounts. Emperors did not have the option of leaving. There is a report that he paid for funerals of the poor out of the treasury because the city could not keep up with its own dead. Try to hold in your mind what that looks like from the inside. You are the most powerful man alive, and what is happening cannot be commanded. Every lever you have, every legion, every governor, every road, every coin, and none of it touches the thing that is actually killing people. You can move grain. You can bury the dead decently. You cannot make it stop. I think this is worth sitting with for a moment, because it is the honest condition of the notebook. Somewhere in these same years, on campaign, this man is writing short, private paragraphs to himself about how everything passes. about how the men who were famous a generation ago are now names nobody says, about how death is natural, and how nature does not do anything shameful. Those lines can look cold on the page if you meet them in a quiet room in good health. They look different if you put them where they were written. A man in his 50s, in a tent or a stone room, with a lamp, working out on paper how to keep functioning, while a disease he does not understand takes his soldiers and his citizens and, eventually, quite possibly, him. He was not being clever. He was steadying his hands. And he was doing it in private, which is the part that keeps mattering. There was no audience for this. He was not modeling calm for anyone. Whatever he wrote in that notebook, he wrote because he needed it himself, at night, with the lamp burning down. Chapter 18. The War That Would Not End. While the plague was moving through the empire, the northern frontier gave way. The frontier was the Danube. It runs west to east across Europe, and for the Romans it was the edge of the map for hundreds of miles. Along the south bank were forts and roads and river patrols and towns that had grown up around the forts. North of it were peoples the Romans lumped together and mostly did not understand. Two names come up again and again in this war: the Marcomanni and the Quadi. They lived roughly in what is now the Czech Republic and Slovakia and parts of Austria. Something was pushing them. Historians still argue about what. Population movement further north and east, pressure from other groups, changes in land and climate. Whatever the cause, from the later 160s these peoples began crossing the river in numbers and not as raiders who would go home. In the year 170, or near it, a force came south through the passes and into Italy itself and besieged Aquileia at the head of the Adriatic. That had not happened in a very long time. It was close enough to home that people in Italy felt it in their stomachs. Marcus went north. He was about 50. Understand who is going. This is a man whose whole formation was indoor. He had been given to books early. He had studied rhetoric under Fronto, and then turned toward philosophy, which annoyed Fronto for years. He had no natural taste for command. He had never fought a campaign before he became emperor. The empire had been quiet for most of his adult life, and then it was not, and the job came to him anyway. He went and he stayed. The bases have names: Carnuntum, on the Danube east of modern Vienna; Sirmium, further downriver, in what is now Serbia; Vindobona, which became Vienna; Aquincum, which became Budapest. Two books of the notebook carry headings that survived the centuries with them. One says it was written among the Quadi by the river Granua. Another says Carnuntum. They read like a man noting where he was, the way you would write a place at the top of a letter. The campaigning went on for years, broke off and started again. A first phase through the early 170s, a second from about 177. It ate the rest of his life. Winter on the Middle Danube is not a metaphor. The river ices. There is an old story in Cassius Dio of a battle fought on frozen water against the Iazyges, with the Romans bracing their shields flat on the ice to keep their footing. Dio is a serious source though he wrote decades later, and stories like that harden into shape with retelling. There is another famous episode, the so-called rain miracle, where a Roman force trapped and dying of thirst was saved by a sudden storm. It appears on the column later put up in Rome to commemorate the wars. Different sources credit different gods, and a Christian tradition later claimed it for the prayers of Christian soldiers. What actually happened, we cannot recover. That it was remembered tells you how bad the situation had been. The column still stands in the Piazza Colonna in Rome. You can walk past it today in traffic. It is carved in a spiral with scenes of the campaign, and the scenes are harder and grimmer than the ones on Trajan's column a lifetime earlier. Villages burning, captives, executions. Whoever designed it was not softening anything. That is the war Marcus spent his last decade in. Say the ordinary parts of it out loud, because the ordinary parts are what a life is actually made of. Cold, damp leather, bad roads, reports arriving late. Officers to be judged, some of them competent and some of them not. Supply, money, which unit goes where, whether the treaty with this group will hold through spring. And the constant low arithmetic of a man doing work he did not choose and cannot put down, he seems to have understood that it would not finish. There is a strain in the notebook about doing the task in front of you without demanding that it come to a satisfying end, and about how the same things keep happening in every generation. That is not a cheerful thought. It is, though, the thought of somebody who has stopped waiting to be rescued from his own life. His brother by adoption and co-emperor Lucius Verus had died in 169 on the road back from the north, suddenly. Some ancient accounts blame the plague, and some describe something like a stroke. After that, Marcus carried the office alone. He died on campaign in March of 180 at Vindobona or Sirmium. The sources do not agree which. So the notebook is the private writing of a man who did not get to go home. That is worth remembering when you read a line of his that sounds severe. He was not writing from a study with the fire lit. He was writing at the end of long days, in a camp beside a cold river, in the last stretch of a life that had been handed to him rather than chosen. Chapter 19. The Empress. Her name was Annia Galeria Faustina. Historians call her Faustina the Younger to keep her apart from her mother, who had the same name. She was the daughter of the Emperor Antoninus Pius. She married Marcus in the year 145, when he was in his early 20s and she was probably about 15, which was ordinary then and is not ordinary now. They were married for around 30 years. They had a great many children. The exact number is uncertain, but the usual count is at least 13, possibly 14. Most of them died. That sentence is easy to read too quickly. Slow it down. Over 3 decades in the imperial house, with the best physicians in the world available, this couple buried child after child. Infants, small children. One of the sons, a twin brother of Commodus, died at about 4. A daughter died young. Names appear on coins and inscriptions and then stop appearing. Only a handful reached adulthood. Commodus was one, several daughters were others. There is a story, hard to verify, that Marcus once wept in public at the death of one of his children. Whether or not it is exact, the fact of the losses is not in doubt. The inscriptions are there. Faustina travelled with him. That is documented, and it matters. She was on the northern frontier during the wars. In 174, the army gave her the title Mater Castrorum, Mother of the Camp, which had not been given before and which Marcus allowed to stand and appear on coinage. It is an odd, blunt honour. It means she was there among the tents, in the cold, and the soldiers had noticed. She died in 175 or early 176 in a village in Cappadocia called Halala in the east, while travelling with him. He had the place renamed after her. It became Faustinopolis. He asked the Senate to make her a goddess, which was done, and a temple was raised, and coins were struck. Now the other part, which has to be said carefully. There is a body of ancient gossip that accuses her of serial infidelity. It says she took lovers, sailors, and gladiators among them. It says Commodus was not really Marcus's son. It hints that she knew about the revolt in the east before it happened. Almost all of this comes from one source, the Historia Augusta. The Historia Augusta is a collection of imperial biographies that claims to have been written by several authors in the early 4th century. Scholars have concluded that it was very probably written later than it claims, quite possibly by a single person, and that it contains a great deal of invention, including fabricated documents and letters, in places, fabricated people. It is not worthless. It preserves real material, but it cannot be trusted on its own, and modern historians handle its scandal stories with tongs. The pattern of those stories is also familiar. Roman writers routinely attacked powerful women through their sexual reputations. It was a standard tool applied to empress after empress. When the same accusation is made about almost every prominent woman of the period, its evidential value drops. So the honest position is this: we do not know. There is no reliable evidence that Faustina was unfaithful, and there is a strong reason to think that the accusations were the ordinary slander of the age. Some historians go further and argue she was politically capable and well regarded. Others simply say the record is too thin. What we do have is what Marcus wrote himself. The first book of the notebook is a long list of gratitudes. It is a strange and rather beautiful thing, a man going person by person through his life and naming what each one gave him: his grandfather, his father, his mother, his teachers, one by one, with specifics, and his wife. In George Long's translation of 1862, he thanks the gods that he had such a wife, and calls her obedient, affectionate, and simple. The Greek behind those words has been argued over, and other translators render the qualities differently, but the direction is not in dispute. It is thanks. It is warm. It is stated plainly and without decoration, in exactly the tone he uses for the people he most respected. He wrote it privately. He was not defending her to anyone. there was no one to defend her to. It was his own notebook. That is the strongest evidence we have about the marriage, and it is worth more than 4 centuries of rumor. There is one more thing, and it is quiet. Somewhere in that same book, he thanks the gods that his children were not deformed in body and were not dull in mind. It is the kind of gratitude only a man who has watched children die would think to write down. Chapter 20. The Revolt. In the spring of the year 175, a message reached Marcus on the northern frontier. Avidius Cassius had declared himself emperor. Cassius was not an outsider. He was one of Marcus's own men, and a senior one. He was a distinguished general of Syrian family who had made his name in the Parthian War a decade earlier. Marcus had given him extraordinary authority over the eastern provinces. That was a mark of trust, and probably a practical necessity while the emperor was tied down on the Danube. The East went with him. Syria declared for him. Egypt, which mattered enormously because it fed Rome with grain, declared for him. He held a very large part of the empire's wealth and a good part of its army. The reason he did it is disputed even in the ancient sources. The most widely repeated account is that a report reached the East that Marcus was dead. Marcus had been seriously ill. The report was false. Cassius, on hearing it, allowed himself to be proclaimed. Whether he believed the rumor or used it, we cannot say. Cassius Dio, who is the better source here, presents the false report of Marcus's death as the trigger. The Historia Augusta adds a great deal of colorful material, including letters, and, as before, that material cannot be relied on. Marcus prepared to march east. He raised troops. He arranged the northern front as best he could. He took his son Commodus with him, who was 13, and formally brought him into manhood, which was, among other things, a statement about the succession. He never had to fight. Cassius held his position for roughly 3 months. The ancient tradition gives a figure of about 3 months and 6 days, which is the kind of detail that gets remembered because it is neat. Then he was killed by his own officers. A centurion, in most accounts, came up behind him on the road and struck him down. His head was cut off and carried to the emperor. And here we come to the part of the story that has been retold most often, and which therefore needs the most care. The tradition, principally in Dio, is that Marcus was not glad that he expressed regret, that he had wanted the man alive so that he could pardon him, and that the chance had been taken from him, and that when the severed head was brought to him he refused to look at it and gave orders for it to be buried. There is also a reported speech to the army, preserved in Dio, in which Marcus says he wishes the matter could be settled without more blood. How much of this is exact, we cannot know. Ancient historians compose speeches. Dio was writing decades after the event, though he had access to good information and was a senator himself. The refusal to look at the head has the quality of a story that a court would want told about its emperor. But it is not out of character, and this is the point. Because whatever happened publicly, we have a private document from the same man in the same years, and that document is preoccupied over and over with exactly this question: what to do about people who wrong you? How to hold the fact of another person's betrayal without letting it turn you into something you do not want to be. The aftermath was, by the standards of Roman civil war, restrained. Marcus went east anyway, which was probably necessary to settle the provinces. There were executions of some who were directly implicated, but the record suggests he pressed the Senate not to conduct a broad purge. Cassius's family were not destroyed. His children were, according to the sources, allowed to live and keep property, and were sent away rather than killed. Compare that with what other emperors did after a revolt, and the difference is not small. Faustina died on that eastern journey. Sit with the shape of that year if you want to know why a man might need a notebook. A rebellion by a general you trusted, a march east that you were preparing to fight, the news that it was over delivered as an object in a bag, a settlement of the provinces that has to be done coolly, in public, while people watch to see how frightened you are. And then, in a village in Cappadocia, the death of the woman you had been married to for 30 years. He was 53 or 54. Whatever he wrote in the notebook in those months, he wrote it into that. Chapter 21, what he wrote about forgiving. The notebook returns constantly to the problem of other people, not to grand betrayals, mostly to ordinary human friction, ingratitude, arrogance, people who take credit, people who lie in small ways, people who are simply tiring to deal with. The most famous passage is at the start of the second book, and it is worth hearing in George Long's 1862 English, which is old enough to be in the public domain and plain enough to carry the sense. He begins by telling himself that in the morning he should say to himself that he will meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, the arrogant, the deceitful, the envious, the unsocial. And then he adds the reason. All these things happen to them, he writes, by reason of their ignorance of what is good and evil. That is the core of the argument, and it is repeated in various forms across the whole book. The claim is that nobody does wrong on purpose, that people who behave badly have got their picture of what is good wrong. They think the money or the status or the win is worth what it costs them. They are mistaken, not evil. And you do not stay furious at somebody for being mistaken, any more than you stay furious at somebody for having bad eyesight. The second move is kinship. He tells himself that the other man is his relative, not by blood, but by mind, that people were made for one another, in Long's phrasing, and that to be angry with a man and turn away from him is to work against nature, like a hand refusing the other hand. The third move is cost. Anger, he keeps noting, does more damage to the person carrying it than the original offense did. The insult happened once. The resentment happens every time you take it out and look at it. And there is a fourth, which is the one I find most usable. He tells himself to consider whether the person could have done otherwise, given who they are. If they could not, there is nothing to be furious about. If they could, then correct them, and correct them without heat. That is the system. Now the honest part. which most retellings leave out. This was written by a man running an empire that did hard things. The same person who wrote about kinship with wrongdoers approved executions. He conducted a war on the Danube that involved the burning of settlements and the taking of captives. And that war is carved on a column in Rome in scenes you would not want to look at closely. Prisoners were sold. Peoples were moved. Christians were killed in his reign, most notoriously at Lyon in 177, and although the initiative there appears to have been local rather than imperial policy, he did not stop the pattern. He also read philosophical letters and wrote gentle paragraphs at night. Both are true. It is possible to hold both without either excusing the first or dismissing the second. I think the fairest way to put it is this. The notebook is not a record of a man who had solved the problem of being decent inside a violent system. It is a record of a man who kept the question open when it would have been much easier to close it. He never writes that his position makes him exempt. He never writes that being emperor puts him outside the rules he keeps setting himself. If anything, the private nature of the writing is what makes the tension visible. A public philosopher can tidy up. He can leave out the parts where the theory does not fit his conduct. Marcus was not writing for publication, so he had no reason to tidy anything. He just kept setting out the standard, night after night, in a life that made it very difficult to meet. There is a line in Long's translation that has the whole thing in it. He tells himself that the best way of avenging yourself is not to become like the wrongdoer, not to forgive as a favor to the other person, not to be the bigger man for an audience, simply to refuse to be changed by what was done to you. He wrote that to himself on a frontier in a decade when one of his own generals had raised an army against him. Whether he managed it, we do not know. He would probably have said, "Not always." Chapter 22. The repetition nobody talks about. Here is something you notice if you read the notebook straight through rather than in quotations. It says the same things over and over. Not roughly the same. The same. The list of what is in your control and what is not. The reminder that everything is changing and nothing lasts. The observation that the people who were famous are now forgotten, and the people who will forget you will themselves be forgotten. The instruction to do the work in front of you. The point about anger costing more than the insult. The thought that death is natural and therefore not shameful. 12 books. The same dozen ideas. Circling. Most readers experience this as a flaw. Editors sometimes apologize for it in introductions. It is described as unsystematic, repetitive, unpolished, which it is if you expect it to be a treatise. But it is not a treatise. And once you know that, the repetition stops being the weakness of the book and becomes the most important fact about it. Think about why a person writes the same sentence to themselves twice. Nobody writes down a thing they have securely learned. You do not leave yourself a note reminding you of your own name. You write down the things that keep slipping. The repetition in the notebook is not a stylistic failure. It is a record of the number of times the lesson came loose. He wrote it again because it had not held. That is the sentence I would want you to take out of this hour. If you take anything, consider what this changes. If meditations were the confident summary of a man who had achieved calm, it would be a monument. And monuments are not much use at 3 a.m. You cannot borrow anything from somebody who has finished. What it actually is the working notebook of a man who kept losing his temper, kept dreading the day ahead, kept being stung by ingratitude, kept fearing death, and kept sitting down and writing the counter-argument out again. He is not reporting mastery, he is practicing. And the practice failed often enough that he had to keep doing it for years. We can date parts of it to the 170s. The habit ran through the last stretch of his life, which means that at 55, after decades of philosophy, after Rusticus and Epictetus and all the rest of it, he still had to remind himself in writing that people are going to be difficult today and that this is not a surprise. That is not a discouraging fact. I think it is the opposite, because the version of this man that survives in the popular imagination is the marble one, calm, bearded, above it. And that version is quietly demoralizing, because you can never be it, and neither could he. The real one keeps starting over. There is a particular kind of relief in that. Most of us, by the middle of life, have a private list of things we already know and cannot reliably do. We know we should not run the same argument in our heads at night. We know most of what we are worried about will not happen, and that some of it already has, and we survived it. We know it. And at 3 a.m, the knowing does not seem to be in the room. He had the same problem. He had it with better training and worse circumstances. His only answer was to write it out again. Not to write it once and be cured, to write it again, tonight, knowing perfectly well he would need to write it again next month. There is no triumph in the book. There is no chapter where he announces that he has got it. There is just the next entry, in the same hand making the same case patiently to the same stubborn man. That is why it is worth trusting. A book that tells you it has the answer is asking you to believe something. A book that shows you a man failing and returning over the course of a decade is not asking you to believe anything at all. It is just leaving the evidence where you can see it. Chapter 23. Morning Reluctance. Of everything in the notebook, one passage is quoted more than any other, and it is not about death or empire or fate. It is about getting out of bed. It sits at the beginning of the 5th book. In George Long's 1862 translation, it starts by saying that in the morning, when you rise unwillingly, you should hold this thought ready, that you are rising to do the work of a human being. And then the question, which he puts to himself directly. Why then am I dissatisfied? If I am going to do the things for which I exist and for which I was brought into the world. Then he pushes further, and the passage gets better. He asks whether he was made for this, to lie warm under the blankets. And he answers his own objection, the honest one, that this is more pleasant. So he asks whether he exists in order to enjoy himself and not to act and exert himself at all. Then he looks out of the window, so to speak. He points to the small plants, the birds, the ants, the spiders, the bees, all doing their own work, each putting the world in order as far as it is able. And he asks why he is not willing to do the work of a human being, and why he does not run to do what is according to his nature. And then the last turn, which is the one that gives it away. He notes that men who love their own occupation will work at it without eating and without washing. And he asks whether he values his own nature less than the metalworker values metalwork, or the dancer, the dance, or the money lover, his money. That is an emperor of Rome, in his 50s, arguing with himself about a blanket. Look at what is actually in the passage. There is no discipline in it, in the sense we usually mean. There is no gritted teeth. There is a man who does not want to get up, who admits that staying in bed is nicer, who tries one line of argument, feels it not quite working, and tries another. He appeals to insects. He appeals to craftsmen. He is scraping around for anything that will get him vertical. And the reason it survives is that it is so completely ordinary. He has a war on. He has an empire. He has a body that is by all accounts not well. Cassius Dio says his health was poor and that he took a remedy for chest and stomach trouble, and there are references to him being frail. He was on a frontier in the cold, and the first thing he had to defeat every day was the warm bed. Set that beside the statue. There is a bronze equestrian statue of him that has stood in Rome since antiquity, one of the very few of its kind to survive, largely because for centuries people mistakenly thought it was Constantine, and so did not melt it down. He sits on the horse with his arm out, unhurried, faintly benign, permanently in command. That is the version most people have of him. The notebook version is a man lying still in the dark at the hour before the day starts, doing exactly what you have done, weighing the effort of the coming day against the comfort of not moving yet, finding the day heavier. The distance between those two images is where the whole interest of this man lives. I do not think he wrote that passage because he had solved the problem. He wrote it because it happened again. The fact that it is written at all is the confession. Nobody drafts a careful 5-part argument for getting out of bed unless getting out of bed has become genuinely hard. Whether the argument worked, we do not know. He got up. That much is on the record, because the campaigns kept being run and the letters kept being answered and the war went on until he died in the middle of it. But he did not get up easily. He got up like anybody else, slowly, with an argument in his head, into a cold room, in a season he had not chosen, to do work that would not be finished. He just happened to write it down. Chapter 24. The Emperor who talked to himself like a friend. There is one more thing about the notebook, and it is the thing that is hardest to notice, because it is not in the content, it is in the tone. Listen to how he speaks to himself. He is firm, he does not let himself off. When he catches himself wanting praise, he says so. When he notices he has been angry, he names it. When he is frightened of dying, he does not pretend otherwise. He goes and works on the fear directly, sometimes clumsily, sometimes several times in the same book. But he is never cruel. Read the whole 12 books, and you will not find him calling himself worthless. You will not find contempt. You will not find him going over an old humiliation and pressing on it. There is no passage where he tells himself he has wasted his life, or that he is a fraud, or that he should have known better by now. What you find instead is correction, delivered the way a patient friend delivers it. Come on, this again. You know how this goes. You have been round this loop before, and you know where it ends. Get up, do the work. It is not as bad as you are making it. And when it is that bad, it will still pass, because everything does. That is the register. Steady, a little dry, mildly amused at himself sometimes, and fundamentally on his own side. I want to be careful here, because I am not going to tell you what to do with this. But it is worth simply noticing, without doing anything about it, that the voice most of us use on ourselves in the dark is not that voice. The 3 o'clock voice tends to be a prosecutor. It has a good memory and a poor sense of proportion. It brings up the thing you said in 1998. It tells you what people probably think. It does the arithmetic on the years you have left, and it does not round in your favor. It is not usually offering correction. It is delivering a verdict over and over on a case that was closed a long time ago. Marcus knew that voice existed. Some of what he writes is clearly aimed at it. He tells himself repeatedly not to add to the event by what he says about the event, and not to let his own commentary make an ordinary difficulty into a catastrophe. What is remarkable is not that he had the harsh voice. Everyone does. It is that in 12 books of unedited private writing, with no reader to impress and no reason to perform decency, the voice he chose to answer it with was kind, not soft, kind. He would tell himself the hard thing, that he was going to die, that his opinions of himself were mostly vanity, that fame is noise made by people who will also be dead. But he told himself those things the way you would tell a friend a difficult truth, plainly, once, without relish, and then he would move on to what could be done today. That is a choice, whether or not he thought of it as one. And it is a choice made by a man who had every excuse to be brutal with himself. He was responsible for millions of people. He was losing a war he could not finish, children he had buried, a plague he could not stop, a general he had trusted who had turned on him, a wife dead in a village far from home. Nobody would have blamed him for turning that on himself at night. Plenty of people in far easier circumstances do. He did not. He sat down with the lamp and talked himself round again, gently, the way you would with somebody you had known a long time and were fond of. There is nothing you need to do with that. It is nearly 2,000 years old, and it belongs to a man in a tent by a cold river. I only leave it here, at this hour, where you can see it. Chapter 25. On Other People. Near the beginning of the second book of the notebook, there is a passage that has become famous. It is worth remembering that it was never meant to be. He is telling himself what to do when he wakes up. George Long, translating in 1862, renders it like this. Begin the morning by saying to thyself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, unsocial. That is the ruler of the Roman Empire. He is lying in the dark or sitting up in a cold room, getting ready to go out and deal with people. The manuscript tradition places the writing of that second book among the Quadi on the river Granua in the marching camps north of the Danube. He was somewhere in what is now Slovakia. He was in his 50s. He had been emperor for over a decade. And the first thing he writes down for himself, before anything about virtue or the universe or death, is a list of the kinds of people he expects to be annoyed by that day. 6 words: the busybody, the ungrateful, the arrogant, the deceitful, the envious, the unsocial. Anyone who has worked with other human beings for 30 years could produce that list without help. What he does next is the interesting part. He does not resolve to avoid them. He does not plan how to outmaneuver them. He tells himself that they behave that way because they cannot tell good from bad, and that this is a kind of ignorance rather than a kind of malice. Then he goes further, and this is the part that costs him something. He says that the man who does wrong is kin to him, not kin by blood, but kin by sharing in the same mind and the same portion of the divine. Long translates the conclusion plainly: I can neither be injured by any of them, for no one can fix on me what is ugly, nor can I be angry with my kinsman, nor hate him. Notice what that sentence is doing. It is not saying that the difficult person is harmless. It is saying that whatever they do, they cannot make him ugly. They can waste his mourning. They cannot make him into the thing they are. He returns to this again and again. Elsewhere in the notebook, he compares people to parts of one body. We are made for cooperation, he writes, like the feet, like the hands, like the eyelids, like the upper and lower rows of teeth. To work against one another is against nature. Because here is the thing about that morning passage. He is not describing a state he has achieved. He is preparing a defense. You do not brief yourself before a meeting you find easy. There is something almost domestic about it. Strip away the empire and the Danube and the marching camp, and it is a man in his 50s before dawn, telling himself that the people he is about to see are not going to change, and that his job is to work out how to be around them anyway. He had specific people in mind. He does not name them, which is one of the ways we know the notebook is private. A public work would have made an example of somebody. He never does. In the whole of it, he criticizes almost no one by name. Think about what that restraint means. He could have written anything. There was no one to stop him and no one to read it. He could have settled scores on the page, which costs nothing and feels wonderful. He does not. Instead, he writes lines like this one, which Long gives us: men exist for the sake of one another. Teach them then, or bear with them. Teach them, or bear with them. That is a very short list of options, and most of us spend a great deal of energy looking for a third. There is a version of this idea that is cold, and he sometimes drifts toward it. If people are ignorant, you can look down on them. He seems to catch himself. In another place he says that it is ridiculous not to try to escape your own badness, which is possible, while trying to escape other people's, which is not. Your own badness, which is possible. Other people's, which is not. He was the most powerful man alive. He could have ordered nearly anything, and his considered private position was that other people were weather. You dress for it. You do not argue with it. That is not a comfortable doctrine. It is, however, a restful one at this hour. Whoever is on your mind tonight, and there is usually someone, is not going to be different tomorrow because you thought about them harder in the dark. He knew that. He wrote it down so he would not forget it. He forgot it and wrote it down again. Chapter 26. Anger. You can tell what a person struggles with by what they keep writing about. Marcus writes about anger constantly. Not once, not as a topic covered and finished, but scattered through all 12 books, coming back like a symptom. There are passages on anger in the second book, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. He tries different approaches to it, which is what people do with a problem they have not solved. The obvious conclusion is the right one. He was an angry man, or at least a man who was often on the edge of anger, and he did not like that about himself. We tend to imagine the Stoic emperor as serene. The notebook does not support that. The notebook is evidence of effort, not of calm. A man who is genuinely unbothered does not need to write himself 11 separate reminders. In the 11th book, there is a long entry where he sets out a series of thoughts to have ready when anger comes. It is essentially a checklist. He gives himself, one after another, a set of considerations, and they are practical rather than lofty. They run roughly like this, in paraphrase, that we are made to work together, that people do wrong because they think they are doing right, that you have done the same kinds of things yourself, and if you have not, you had your own reasons and your own advantages, that you cannot even be certain the act was wrong because you do not know everything about it, that life is short and this will pass, that the anger, not the offense, is what actually damages you. That kindness, when it is real and not sarcastic, is unbeatable, because nobody can do anything to you if you keep being genuinely well disposed toward them. Then, at the end of the list, he adds one more. Do not be angry at people for not being what they cannot be. That is the whole thing, really. Do not be angry at people for not being what they cannot be. He needed 9 other arguments to get there. What he is doing, mechanically, is inserting a delay. Anger in the Stoic account is not a feeling that arrives finished. There is a first movement, a jolt, which is involuntary. Your face goes hot before you decide anything. Then there is an assent, a judgment, in which you agree that something bad has happened and that it should not have. The Stoics held that the second part is where the anger actually lives, and that the second part is optional. So the notebook keeps trying to get in between the two, slow it down, look at the judgment underneath, ask what exactly you believe has been taken from you. He also notices the cost, which is the more human move. In one place he observes that we are harmed more by the anger than by whatever caused it. In another he writes something to the effect that the soul does itself violence when it turns away from another person, or when it is overpowered by anger, and that anger of that kind is a kind of self-injury. That is not a lecture. That is a man who has noticed how he feels afterwards. What is missing everywhere is any suggestion that he stopped being angry. There is no entry that says, "This is now solved." There is no triumphant note. The reminders keep coming at the same intensity, right through to the final book. There is a passage where he tells himself that it is possible to be a good man without anyone noticing, and another where he says to stop discussing what a good man should be like and simply be one. He wrote that to himself because he had been discussing it. If you have spent years managing your own temper quietly, without ever telling anyone that is what you were doing, then you already know what these pages are. They are not wisdom looking down. They are a man at eye level working on it in the dark again. Chapter 27. The people who will forget you. There is a subject he returns to more often than almost any other, and it is the one that sounds bleakest and turns out to be the kindest. Nobody will remember you. He puts it in a dozen ways across the 12 books, and he is not being dramatic. He is doing arithmetic. In the 4th book, he makes the argument at its plainest. A man who badly wants to be remembered after death does not consider that everyone who remembers him will also die very soon. And then the one who remembers those people will die. And so on, along a line of people carrying a candle and handing it to the next person, until the line simply stops. Elsewhere, he asks who now remembers particular names that were once enormous. He mentions figures whose fame had already faded by his own century. He was writing in the 170s, and the point he keeps making is that the whole of remembered history is a thin strip, and even inside that strip, almost everyone has already vanished. He notes that Augustus and the entire court around Augustus, the wife, the daughter, the grandsons, the doctors, the advisors, are all gone. Not just dead, gone as a subject. Nobody thinks about them. Augustus died in the year 14. Marcus was writing roughly 160 years later. That is about the distance between us and the 1860s, close enough to feel recent, far enough that the names blur. Then he asks the harder question, and this is where the passage turns. Whose applause do you actually want? He writes about the emptiness of praise from people you do not respect. There is an entry where he asks himself to consider the souls of the people whose good opinion he is chasing. What are they like? What do they want? What do they praise in private? The point is not that they are bad people. The point is that you are letting a jury you would never have chosen decide the value of your life. He goes further and observes that even the most famous man is known to a small number of people, and imperfectly known even to those, and that most of the people who praise a man loudly find fault with him among themselves. Now, read that as a threat, and it is grim. The universe forgets you, your name goes out, the effort was pointless. He does not read it that way, and neither should we. He reads it as a release. Because if posthumous fame is worth nothing, then the enormous amount of energy you have been spending on how you appear is available for something else. If the audience is temporary and half inattentive and not qualified anyway, you can stop performing for them. What is left in his account is doing the thing itself, not doing the thing so that it will be seen to have been done, just the act done well now and then the next one. There is a line of his that Long gives as a reminder that a man is worth just as much as the things he busies himself about, not as much as the things he is credited with, the things he actually attends to. That is a strange comfort, and I think it is a real one. Consider how much of a life goes into being perceived correctly. The explanation you rehearse, the credit you did not get for something in 2009 and still think about, the version of events you would give if anyone ever asked, and nobody ever asks. He is saying, gently and mostly to himself, that all of that can be put down, not because your work does not matter, because the ledger you are keeping it in does not exist. There is one more turn in it, and it is the tenderest thing in the notebook. He observes somewhere that people who are frantic about being remembered forget that the people they want to be remembered by are, right now, alive and could simply be treated well. The living are here. The audience of the future is not coming. He was an emperor. His face was on the coinage of an empire that stretched from the Solway to the Euphrates. His column still stands in Rome, and his statue on horseback survived because it was mistakenly thought for centuries to be Constantine. He got the fame, all of it, and in his private notebook, at night, in a tent, he wrote down over and over that it was worth nothing and that he should stop wanting it. You are not being watched tonight. That is not a loss. Chapter 28. The costume. In the 6th book, there is a short line that is, to my mind, the single strangest thing in the whole notebook. George Long translates it as, "Take care that thou art not made into a Caesar, that thou art not dyed with this dye, for such things happen." Take care that you are not made into a Caesar. He was Caesar. He had been Caesar since the year 161. He had been raised for it since the age of about 17, when Hadrian's succession arrangement placed him in the household of Antoninus Pius. There was no version of his life in which he was not going to be Caesar, and here he is, in a private notebook, warning himself not to become one. The image he uses is dyeing. Cloth goes into the vat and comes out a different color all the way through, and it does not come back. Imperial purple was made from murex shellfish in enormous quantities, and it was fantastically expensive, and the point of the dye was that it was permanent. Do not let the office become the man. He follows it immediately with the corrective. Keep yourself simple, good, sincere, dignified, plain, a friend of justice, reverent toward the gods, kind, affectionate, firm in doing what is right. Stay, he says, the person that philosophy tried to make you. Then he adds the thing that gives it away. He says, to remain such a person as philosophy wished to make you, and that this will require help, so ask for it. He is not confident he can do it alone. Consider the position he was in. Everyone he met needed something from him. Every room he entered rearranged itself before he got there. He had not had an ordinary conversation in which the other person was not managing him since he was a teenager. He had letters from his tutor Fronto that survive, warm and fussy and affectionate, and even those are shaped by the fact that the younger man was going to run the world. And that, I think, is what frightened him. Not power, not corruption in the usual sense. The quieter thing that one day he would look for the man underneath and find only the office wearing his face. He seems to have watched it happen. He was not naive about his own family. His brother by adoption and co-emperor, Lucius Verus, is described in the ancient sources as having taken to the role's pleasures with some enthusiasm. Marcus never says so in the notebook. What he says instead in the first book is that he was grateful to his brother for a character that stirred him to improve his own. He was capable of putting a generous face on things, but he keeps circling the danger. Elsewhere, he tells himself not to be ashamed of needing help. Elsewhere, he tells himself that his own imperial court can be lived in without turning him into a courtier. He notes that a man can be a philosopher in a palace as easily as anywhere if he chooses. The phrasing wobbles. He is convincing himself. Now step out of the 2nd century for a moment. Most people who have held a role for a long time have some version of this, not the purple. But there is a way the job settles into your voice, the phrases you use, the way you enter a room, the set of your face at rest. It does not happen dramatically. It happens over years, the way a chair takes the shape of the person who sits in it. I am not suggesting anything about you. I do not know you. I only know that this passage tends to land with people who have been something for a long time, and that Marcus wrote it at around the age of 50, roughly 15 years into the job. He is not warning himself off ambition. He is not saying power is evil. He is saying something narrower and more specific, which is that the role is a costume, and costumes are absorbent, and you should check now and then whether you can still take it off. It is worth saying what he does not do here. He does not resign. He does not go and live in a hut. He does not have a crisis. He keeps working for another decade until he dies in March of 180. The whole rebellion is contained in a note to himself, in Greek, in a tent that nobody was supposed to see. Do not be dyed. He wrote it once, so far as we have it. One line. Then he went back to the dispatches. Chapter 29. Simplicity. He could have had anything. The revenues of the Roman Empire ran through his household. The provinces sent grain, silver, marble, wine, silk, brought overland at extraordinary cost. If he had wanted something, the sentence was enough. What we know of what he actually wanted is modest to the point of being slightly comic. Some care is needed here. Much of the personal detail about his private habits comes from the Historia Augusta, a late collection of imperial biographies that is unreliable, sometimes inventive, and occasionally a straightforward forgery. Where I use it, I will say so, and you should hold it loosely. The Historia Augusta reports that as a boy he took up Greek philosophy with enthusiasm, wore the rough cloak associated with philosophers, and slept on the ground until his mother talked him into using a couch spread with skins. That story may well be shaped to fit the picture of the philosopher-emperor. It may also be true. Boys who fall in love with an idea do behave like that. The notebook itself is better evidence because he had no reason to pose in it. In the first book, which is the long list of what he owes to particular people, he thanks his mother Domitia Lucilla for, among other things, a way of living far removed from the habits of the rich. He thanks his great-grandfather for the fact that he was taught at home rather than sent to public schools, and that money was spent on good teachers. He mentions, with what reads like real gratitude, that he was given plain clothing to sleep in as a boy and that he learned to want little. None of that is renunciation. He is not a hermit, and he does not admire hermits. What he is describing is a particular kind of freedom, which is the freedom of not needing the thing you are surrounded by. And for that, he has a model, and the model is his adoptive father. Antoninus Pius took him into his household in 138, when Hadrian arranged the succession, and Marcus lived under him for 23 years, until Antoninus died in 161. That is not an idea of a father. That is a man he watched at close range every day for more than 2 decades. The first book contains a long portrait of him, and it is the warmest writing in the notebook. What he singles out is unspectacular and very specific, that Antoninus kept at a task until it was finished, that he was not superstitious, that he could be talked out of a position by anyone who had a better argument, that he checked his temper, that he did not tire out the people around him, that he had few needs and did not fuss about food or clothes or the fittings of a house. And then this, which is the line that matters. He says that Antoninus was able to enjoy the things that make life comfortable, of which fortune gave him plenty, without pride and without any apology. He used them when they were there and did not miss them when they were not. That is a very hard thing, and Marcus clearly knew it was hard because he says it twice. In the 6th book, he tells himself in essentially the same words to be in everything a disciple of Antoninus, to do his work without excuses, to be content, to be cheerful, to need little. He ends that same passage with the reminder that a person should be able to leave life the way Antoninus did, with a clear conscience. There is no austerity program here. He does not tell himself to eat worse food or sleep badly on purpose. There is a well-known Stoic practice of occasional voluntary discomfort, but that belongs more to Seneca than to this notebook. What Marcus is after is something quieter, which is the ability to have things without being had by them. Test it the other way round. What would it cost you if the good things went, not the necessities, the small comforts you have arranged around yourself over the years? He does not phrase it as a challenge, and I will not either. He only says, more or less, that the man who raised him managed it, and that it was possible, and that he should try. There is one more detail worth holding. Antoninus reigned for 23 years, and the ancient sources record almost nothing dramatic about the period. No great wars in the empire's core. No famous crises. It was, by imperial standards, uneventful. Marcus got the plague, the floods, the wars on the Danube, and the revolt. And the man he kept holding up as his model at 50, in a tent, in a war, was the one who had lived quietly and used what he had without needing it. Chapter 30. The body. He was not a well man. Cassius Dio, writing a generation or so later and drawing on people who knew the court, describes Marcus as physically weak and says that he applied himself to public business despite a body that was not equal to it. Dio has his own agendas, but he was a senator with access, and this is not the sort of detail invented to flatter. The Historia Augusta, less reliable, adds chest and stomach complaints and mentions that he sometimes could not eat before addressing the Senate. Treat that with caution. It fits, but fitting is not the same as being true. The stronger evidence comes from a doctor. Galen of Pergamon, the most consequential physician of the ancient world, was attached to the imperial household. In his own writings, notably the work usually called On Prognosis, he describes being called to Marcus and diagnosing a stomach complaint when other physicians thought a fever was beginning. Galen also writes about theriac, an elaborate compound preparation of dozens of ingredients taken as a general antidote and tonic, which he prepared for the emperor. Theriac contained opium among its components. This has led to a long-running scholarly argument about whether Marcus was, in any meaningful sense, dependent on it. The case was put forcefully in a paper in 1961 and has been contested by many scholars since, including those who read the notebook as showing no signs of the mental effects that argument requires. The honest position is that we do not know. He was given a preparation that contained opium. How much, how often, and with what effect are not recoverable. Anyone who tells you confidently that Marcus Aurelius was an addict is going beyond the evidence, and so is anyone who tells you confidently that he was not. What we can say is that he lived in a body that hurt, and that he wrote about pain like a man with direct experience of it. The notebook's handling of pain is characteristically dry. The move is separation. There is the sensation, which is happening in the body. Then there is the judgment about the sensation, which is happening somewhere else, and which says that this is unbearable, that it should not be happening, that it will not stop. He tells himself that pain is either bearable or brief, and that if it goes on, it can be borne, and that the mind can keep itself undisturbed if it declines to add its own opinion to the flesh's report. That is the classic Stoic line, and he knew it was easier to write than to use. In another place, he simply instructs the part of him that is hurting to state its complaint, if it wants to, and then notes that the mind need not join in. Elsewhere, he is almost brutal about the body. He calls it, at various points, clay, a corpse the soul is carrying, a small quantity of matter that will shortly be redistributed. He describes food, in a passage clearly written to strip the glamour off appetite, as the dead body of a fish, or of a bird, or of a pig. He describes fine wine as fermented grape juice, and the purple robe as sheep's wool dyed with the blood of a shellfish. That coldness toward the body is not contempt exactly, it is a technique. If the body is not you, The body's bad night is not your bad night. Whether that works is another question. Sometimes it clearly did not. There are passages where he is plainly tired, where the reasoning goes slack and becomes repetition, and where the note reads less like philosophy than like something said to get through the next hour. He kept working anyway. That is the part that is hard to argue with. Whatever the state of the stomach and the chest, he was in the field on the northern frontier through the 170s, in his 50s, in a climate the ancient sources describe as hard on him. He died on the 17th of March in the year 180 at either Vindobona or Sirmium. He was 58. Some sources connect the death to the plague that had been in the empire since the late 160s. The evidence does not settle it. If you are lying awake tonight with a body that is not what it was, this is the part of the notebook that was written by someone in the same position. He does not promise the pain will stop. He says only that the sensation and the story about the sensation are two different things, and that one of them is closer to you than the other. That is a small distinction. On some nights, small is enough. Chapter 31. Duty without applause. There is a short passage in the 5th book that has stayed with more readers than almost anything else he wrote, and it is about a vine. Long translates the idea like this: one man, when he has done a service to somebody, is ready to write it down as a favour owed. Another does not go that far, but privately he thinks of the other person as a debtor, and he knows what he has done. But a third is, in a way, not even conscious of it. He is like a vine which has produced its grapes, and asks for nothing more once it has borne its proper fruit. A vine does not know it is a vine. It does not present the grapes. It does not look around afterwards. Marcus adds that a person like that, having done a good thing, does not go about shouting, but simply moves on to the next thing, the way the vine bears again in season. He then asks whether we should be among the people who behave this way without noticing, and he answers yes. There is a related image with a bee. He tells himself that what is not good for the swarm is not good for the bee. It is a plain statement about being part of something, and the plainness is the point. A bee that does well while the hive fails has not done well. Both images are doing the same job. They are trying to detach the work from the acknowledgement. That is a strange preoccupation for an emperor, on the face of it. He had the acknowledgement. He had coins, arches, acclamations, a column being planned in Rome. Nobody was failing to notice him. But that is exactly why the passage is credible. Public honour was not the problem. Public honour was automatic, and therefore worthless as a signal. What he wanted to know was whether he would still do the work if none of it existed. Whether the reason he was on the Danube in the winter was the job or the being seen to do the job. So he keeps taking the audience away on paper to see if the motive survives. In the 5th book, he writes about getting out of bed in the morning, and it is the most human entry in the whole notebook. He says that when it is hard to get up, he should remind himself that he is rising to do the work of a human being. Then he catches himself wanting to stay under the blankets where it is warm, and he asks whether he was made for lying under bedclothes or for doing things. He points out that plants, birds, ants, spiders, and bees all get on with their own work, putting the world in order as far as they can, and asks whether he is unwilling to do his. He is arguing with a duvet. In Greek, in the 2nd century, it is the same argument you had this morning. And there is a line near the end of that passage in Long's rendering about not loving yourself less than others love themselves. What all of this circles is a specific kind of endurance, and it is not the heroic kind. It is the kind that has no witnesses. There are people who have spent 30 years holding something together. A department, a business, a family, a parent who needed help for longer than anyone expected. The work is invisible precisely when it is done well, because nothing goes wrong, and nothing going wrong is not an event that anyone thanks you for. If some of that is familiar, then you already understand the vine and you did not need a Roman to explain it. He offers no reward for it. That is worth noticing. He does not say the universe keeps score, or that it will come back to you, or that people will realize one day. He is quite clear that they will not. What he says instead is thinner and sturdier. The work is its own completion. The vine bearing grapes is not being paid in grapes, it is simply doing the thing it is. He also gives himself permission, in several places, to stop looking for a bigger meaning in it. Do what is in front of you, with care, and let that be the day. He tells himself repeatedly that if he can do the present task with dignity and attention, that is enough, and that nobody is preventing him from doing that. Nobody is preventing you. That is his standard phrase, and it is not a demand. It is a small piece of good news offered at the end of a long day by a tired man to himself. Chapter 32. What he never solved. Here is the honest thing about the notebook, and I have been working toward it. It does not arrive anywhere. There is no final chapter. There is no page where the arguments finish, and he sets the pen down having settled it. The 12th book is not a conclusion. It is more of the same material, worked over again, with the same worries and the same reminders and the same slightly weary insistence. He is still telling himself to stop caring what people think. He is still telling himself that death is nothing to fear. He is still telling himself not to be angry, still telling himself that other people are doing their best with what they understand, still telling himself that the time is short and the work is in front of him. Still, after 12 books, after years, the great question of the notebook is never resolved either. He asks, repeatedly, whether the universe is an ordered whole guided by reason, or whether it is atoms colliding without purpose. Providence or atoms, he puts it as a pair of alternatives at least half a dozen times, and he never chooses. What he does instead is more interesting. He argues that his conduct should be the same in either case. If the universe is ordered, then his place in it is clear, and he should do his part. If it is only atoms, then at least he can be an ordered thing inside a disordered one. Either way, get up, do the work, treat people decently, do not lie, do not be cruel, and expect to die. That is not a resolution. That is a working arrangement. Some readers find this disappointing. They come to meditations expecting the summit of Stoic achievement and find a man in his 50s still doing the exercises. I think it is the best thing about it, because a finished book would be useless to us. A serene man announcing that he has conquered fear and desire would tell you nothing except that he is not like you. What Marcus offers instead is the record of the attempt, honestly kept, with the failures left in because there was no editor and no reason to tidy up. He never fixed himself. He got a little better at catching himself. That appears to be all that is on offer for anyone. Remember what the thing actually is. The Greek title given to it in the manuscript tradition is ta eis heauton, to himself, not to the reader, not to posterity, to himself. He wrote it in Greek, which was not the language of his government, but the language of his study. At night, in camps along a cold river, at the end of days spent on supply lines and legal appeals and dispatches from the frontier. Then he died at 58 on the 17th of March in the year 180. He had no reason to think the notebook would survive. There is very little trace of it for centuries. It surfaces properly in the Byzantine world, is edited and printed in the 16th century, and reaches English readers through Merrick Casaubon in 1634 and George Long in 1862. It has been continuously in print for a very long time now, which is not what he was aiming for, and which is precisely why it works. So there is no ending, and I am not going to invent one. What there is a man about your age, or a little younger, or a little older, awake in a cold room, writing down the same reminders he wrote down last month because they had already worn off. He was not fixing his life. He was keeping himself company through it. That is what this hour is for as well. Not solving anything, not deciding anything, just staying quietly with your own mind until the night hands you over to the morning. He wrote that the present moment is all that anyone can lose because it is all that anyone has. He wrote that many times. He kept needing to hear it. So do we. Nothing is required of you now. The work is not here. The people are not here. The room is dark and the hour is late, and the whole weight of it can be set down until it is light. He never solved it either. He simply put the notebook aside and slept and got up and did the day. Chapter 33. Your Own Frontier. The book we call The Meditations was not written in a study. 2 of its 12 books carry a location at the top. The second book is headed as having been written among the Quadi on the river Granua. The third is headed at Carnuntum. Both of those are places on the Danube, on the northern edge of the Roman world, in the middle of a long and unglamorous war. Carnuntum was a garrison town, mud, timber, stone, weather. Marcus Aurelius was there for something like 3 years. So the sentences were written in a tent or in a requisitioned room in a frontier fort by a man in his 50s who was not sleeping well and who had a great deal to do the next morning. That detail changes the sound of the whole book once you know it. He was not writing philosophy the way a professor writes philosophy. He was writing the way a tired person writes when they cannot get their own mind to settle. Short entries, repetition, the same 3 or 4 ideas coming back around, worn smooth by handling. A frontier is a particular kind of place. It is not a battle. Battles end. A frontier is a line you hold indefinitely against pressure that does not stop coming. Nobody wins a frontier. You just keep it where it is for another season. Most people, by a certain age, are holding some version of that. It might be a job that has quietly stopped being a career and become a duty. It might be a business that has to be carried through another slow year. It might be a parent who is declining, slowly, in a way that has no endpoint you can name out loud. It might be a body that has started sending back reports you did not ask for. It might be a marriage that is not in crisis and is not what it was. It might be a child who is 30 and still not steady. None of that is a war on the Danube. It would be silly to pretend otherwise, and Marcus would have had no patience with the comparison being flattered. But the shape is similar. Something has to be held. Nobody is coming to take over. And there is no version of the situation where you finish. That is the specific weight, and it is a weight that does not show. A crisis gets sympathy. A frontier gets nothing, because from the outside, it just looks like your life. Marcus never uses the word frontier as a metaphor. He was actually on one, so he did not need the image. What he does instead is keep returning to a very plain question. What is in front of me right now, and what is the next correct thing to do about it? In the second book, he writes, in George Long's translation, that every moment one should think steadily, as a Roman and a man, to do what is at hand with perfect and simple dignity. The Latin world he lived in prized that word, dignitas, more than we do, but the instruction underneath it is unfussy. Do the thing in front of you, do it properly, do not decorate it. That is a frontier discipline. It is what you do when the war is not going to end this year. Some people find that a strange comfort. Not the idea that things will improve, but the idea that they might not, and that there is still a way to stand in it. You can feel the weight of your own body against the mattress right now, if you let your attention drop for a second. That weight has been there the whole time. It is worth saying what this chapter is not doing. It is not suggesting anyone here is a Roman emperor, or that a difficult season is a heroic campaign. Marcus, if anything, went the other way. He kept reminding himself that his position was not impressive. In the 8th book, he tells himself not to hope for Plato's Republic and to be content with even the smallest progress. That is a man lowering his own expectations on purpose. The frontier idea is only useful in one direction. It says some situations are held rather than solved. That is a legitimate category. It is not failure. There is one more thing about frontiers that he would have known in his body and that we tend to forget. You get used to them, not in a good way and not in a bad way. The extraordinary becomes the schedule. The thing that would have frightened you at 40 is just Thursday at 58. That habituation is what makes it hard to see the weight you are carrying. Weight you have carried for years stops registering as weight. It registers as you. Marcus seems to have been aware of this. He keeps trying to look at his own situation freshly, as if he had just walked into it. He recommends, in more than one place, seeing a familiar thing as though for the first time, precisely because familiarity hides it. Some people find that a useful thing to try once, in the dark, with whatever they are currently holding. Not to fix it, just to see it at its actual size, which is sometimes larger than they had admitted and sometimes a good deal smaller. He held his for the last decade of his life, more or less continuously, and he died on campaign in the spring of the year 180, still up there. The notebook survived. The frontier did not in the end. Neither does anyone's. But that is a later chapter. Chapter 34. The argument you keep having in your head. There is a conversation that happens at this hour with someone who is not in the room. It has a shape. You say the thing you should have said. They answer. You have a better answer ready this time. You watch their face change. Sometimes it is a brother. Sometimes a former business partner. Sometimes a man from an office you left 11 years ago, whose name you would have said you had forgotten. The strange part is that you win every time, and it does not help. The Stoics had a specific interest in this, because they thought most of human suffering happened in exactly this space, not in the event, in the replay. Epictetus, who was a slave and then a lame freedman teaching in a small town in Greece, put it in a line that Marcus clearly absorbed. Men are disturbed not by things, but by their opinions about things. Marcus writes his own version of it in the 8th book. In Long's translation, if you are pained by any external thing, it is not that thing which disturbs you, but your own judgment about it. And he adds that it is in your power to wipe out that judgment now. Now is doing a lot of work in that sentence. He knew it was not permanent. That is why he wrote it more than once. The rehearsed argument is a judgment running on a loop. Somewhere underneath it is a claim. This should not have happened. I was owed something. The record needs correcting. And the mind, being a practical organ, tries to correct it. It stages the scene, it supplies the dialogue, it gives you the last word, which you did not get in life. There is nothing shameful in this. It is not a weakness of character. It is what an animal with language does with an unfinished social conflict at 2 a.m. Marcus did it too. That is the whole evidence of the book. He would not have written over and over that other people cannot really harm him if he were not lying there being harmed by them. Nobody writes down a thing they already believe. Look at the opening of the 2nd book. Long has it roughly this way. Begin the morning by saying to yourself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, the arrogant, the deceitful, the envious, the unsocial. That is not serenity. That is a man bracing. He is writing it before breakfast, because he already knows how the day is going to go, and he knows what his mind will do with it afterwards. What the Stoics offered was not a way to stop the replay. It was a small question to put next to it. Is this in my control, or is it not? The other person's opinion of me, not in my control. The thing they said in 2009, not in my control. Whether they ever understand what they did, not in my control, and possibly not available to anyone. What is left is thin. My own conduct now. Whether I add anything further to the pile. Marcus has a line in the 6th book that gets quoted in a lot of forms. Long renders the sense as this: the best way of avenging yourself is not to become like the person who did the wrong. That is not forgiveness exactly. It is narrower and more practical. It says the only outcome you can still influence is what kind of person you are on the way out of it. Some people find it helps to notice, when the argument starts up, that they are not actually in it, that the other person is somewhere else, probably asleep, probably not thinking about this at all. That last part stings a little. It is also usually true. The room is dark. The argument is happening entirely inside a skull, in a bed, in a house where nobody is shouting. None of this dissolves it. Marcus is honest about that by the fact of his repetition. He was still writing the same reminders in the 12th book that he was writing in the 2nd.
He never got to the end of it either. He just kept putting the pen down and picking it up again.
Chapter 35. When you cannot control the outcome, there is a kind of waiting that has a particular flavor. The letter has been sent. The scan has been done. The offer is with them. The jury is out. The decision was made this afternoon by people in a room you were not in, and you will hear on Tuesday. The thing is already settled. It is simply not known yet. That gap between decided and known is where a great deal of nighttime thinking goes. The Stoics built their whole system around a division that sounds almost too simple to be worth stating. Some things are up to us, some things are not. Epictetus opens his handbook with it. What is up to us? Our judgment, our impulse, our desire, our aversion. In short, our own doing. What is not up to us? The body, property, reputation, office. In short, everything that is not our own doing. Marcus inherited this. He got the discourses of Epictetus from his teacher Junius Rusticus, and he thanks Rusticus for it in the 1st book, by name, along with the detail that it was a copy from Rusticus's own collection. It is a small, real, biographical fact. A man lent another man a book, and it shaped the rest of his life. Applied to a waiting room, the division does something odd. It does not make the wait shorter, it makes the wait smaller. Because the question stops being what will happen, which is unanswerable, and becomes what is mine here, which usually has a short and dull answer. Did I prepare properly? Did I tell the truth? Did I present it as well as I could? Did I treat the people involved decently? If those are yes, then the part that belonged to you is finished. It was finished before you started waiting. The verdict was never yours. It never was going to be. It is being produced by other people's judgment, or by cells, or by a market, or by weather. Marcus writes in the 5th book, in Long's rendering, that nothing happens to any man which he is not formed by nature to bear. That is a hard sentence, and it is worth being honest about how it sounds at 3 in the morning. It can sound like a man with an empire telling you to toughen up, but read in context, it is not addressed to anyone. It is addressed to himself. He is talking to a man who has buried children and who is going back to the Danube in the spring. He is not saying the outcome will be good. He is saying he is not yet certain he cannot carry it, and that he has been wrong about that before. There is a second thing the Stoics did with waiting, and it is less famous. They were skeptical of the phrase preparing for the worst in the way we tend to use it. Rehearsing a bad outcome 40 times is not preparation. It is 40 experiences of the bad outcome for the price of one that may not arrive. Seneca, writing letters in Rome about a century before Marcus, said something close to this. He observed that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. That is a fair paraphrase of his sense, not a quotation. The Stoic exercise was different from either hoping or dreading. It was to look at the bad outcome once, plainly, in daylight, name what you would actually do the day after, and then set it down. The looking is quick. It is the not setting it down that takes all night. None of this is medical, and nothing here is advice about a scan or a diagnosis. Those belong to people who know your case. It is only an old observation about where attention goes when it has nothing to grip. There is a detail in the ancient practice that is easy to miss and worth keeping. The Stoics did not think you could simply decide not to care about a result. They thought caring was natural and largely involuntary. What they thought you could do was hold the caring loosely, wanting the good outcome without staking your account of yourself on getting it. Marcus puts it in terms of doing and receiving. The doing was his. The receiving was the world's business. He goes back to that division constantly in slightly different words, like a man checking a lock. And he was, by any reasonable reading, not naturally calm about results. A man who is calm about results does not need to remind himself of the distinction in 9 separate books. You can hear the room around you now, the heating, or the fridge, or nothing at all. The result on Tuesday is the same result whether you sleep or not. That is not a comfort exactly, but it is a fact, and Marcus was very fond of facts that took a thing off his plate. Chapter 36. The Work That Will Not Thank You. Marcus Aurelius ran an empire that complained at him for 19 years. He became emperor in the year 161, jointly with his adopted brother Lucius Verus at the age of 39. He died in 180. In between, a Parthian war, a plague that came back with the army from the east, repeated invasions across the Danube, a currency under strain, and in 175, a general in the east named Avidius Cassius, declaring himself emperor on a false rumor that Marcus was dead. He was not celebrated for handling this. He was mostly just expected to. There is no evidence anyone thanked him for the plague years. There are coins and inscriptions and formal honors, which are not the same thing. Formal honor is a thing an institution issues. It is not somebody noticing. This is not an unusual position. It is, in fact, the ordinary position of most people who hold something together for a long time. The man who has been at the same firm for 22 years, who knows where everything is, who is the reason the thing does not fall over, and who will get a card. The person who does the calls to the doctor, the pharmacy, the council, the bank, on behalf of a parent who is not able to, who does it for 6 years, who is asked about it by a sibling roughly twice. The one who kept the family finances honest through a bad decade, quietly, by not spending money on themselves. The work that holds things together is invisible by design. When it is done well, nothing happens. That is the whole product. Nothing happening. And nothing happening does not get noticed, because there is nothing there to notice. Marcus knew this about his own job. He is unusually clear-eyed about the fact that the position did not make him important. He tells himself in the 6th book not to be Caesarified, not to be dyed with the purple, which is a striking image from a man who wore it. Long's phrasing is close to, "Take care that you are not made into a Caesar, not dyed with that dye." He was worried about becoming the role. Anyone who has been the reliable one for 20 years knows that risk from the other side, you can disappear into the function. And here is the part he does not soften. He does not promise the recognition arrives later. He goes the other way. In the 4th book, he points out how quickly everything is forgotten, including the people doing the remembering. He notes that the man who praises you will himself soon die, and so will the memory of the praise, and so will the place it happened. That should be bleak. In the book, it is not, and the reason is worth sitting with. If the praise was never going to last anyway, then the absence of it is not a loss. You were never going to be paid in that currency. The transaction you thought you were in was not real, which leaves the actual reason to do the work, which is that it is the work, and it is yours, and it needs doing. He has a line about the vine in the 5th book. The sense of it in Long is that a vine which has produced grapes does not go looking for a reward. It produces grapes again in season. A horse that has run, a dog that has tracked, a bee that has made honey, none of them announce it. That is either cold or the most reassuring thing in the book, depending on the hour. Some people find, late in a long stretch of unthanked work, that the resentment is not really about the thanks. It is about wondering whether it counted at all. Marcus would have said it counted in the doing, and that this is not a consolation prize, it is the only place value ever actually sits. He was, remember, writing this to himself in a tent, about a job he had not asked for in the middle of a war that was still going when he died. Nobody read it for centuries. He did not know anyone ever would. He wrote it anyway. It is possibly the purest example in history of the thing he was describing. Chapter 37, On Being Wronged. Someone did something. That is usually how it sits. Not a whole story, just a fact with a hard edge on it. Someone did something, and it was not fair, and it was not answered. Maybe money. Maybe a lie told about you to people whose opinion mattered. Maybe a promotion that went to someone who arranged for it to. Maybe a brother at a funeral. The particulars vary, and the residue is remarkably consistent. Marcus has more to say about this than almost anything else, which tells us something. In the fourth book, he writes what is probably the most famous of these lines. Long's translation runs close to "take away your opinion, and then there is taken away the complaint, I have been harmed." Take away the complaint, I have been harmed, and the harm is taken away. Read at 9 in the morning, that sounds clean and almost clever. Read at 3 in the morning, it can sound like a trick, as though he is saying the injury was not real, or that you should have been above it. He is not saying that, and it matters to be precise about what he is saying. The Stoic position was that there are two events. There is the thing that happened, which is over, and there is the ongoing internal proceeding about the thing that happened, which is not over, which is being staffed and funded entirely by you, and which has now been running for 11 years. The first one they could not do anything about. The second one they thought was, at least in principle, within reach. The word for the second injury is the one we translate as resentment, and its literal sense is feeling again, re-sentire, to feel it once more and again. Marcus is not accusing anyone of manufacturing their pain. He is pointing out where the renewable part is. He is also, and this is the thing people miss, completely unsuccessful at it. Consider the evidence. He writes about being wronged in Book 2. He writes about it again in Book 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 11. If the technique had worked, he would have written it once. That repetition is, to me, the single most humane fact in the Meditations. The man who is quoted on posters about not being disturbed by others was clearly, demonstrably disturbed by others for about 20 years. He kept writing it down because it kept not taking. He is also honest about why other people do these things. His account is not generous in a sentimental way. It is generous in a deflating way. He says in various places that people who wrong you do so because they think it is good. They have a wrong idea of what is good. They are mistaken rather than monstrous. And in the second book, after listing all the difficult people he expects to meet, he adds that none of them can implicate him in what is ugly, and that he cannot be angry with a kinsman or hate him. Then in the 8th book, in Long's rendering, he says, men exist for the sake of one another, and so either teach them or bear with them. Teach them or bear with them. Two options. Neither of them is get even, and neither of them is stop feeling it. Bearing is allowed. That is worth saying plainly. His system has a place for a thing you carry and do not resolve. There is one more piece, and it is the coldest and the most effective. He observes repeatedly that the person who did it is also mortal, is also going to die, and probably already has. If the wrong was done 20 years ago, the man who did it is not the man who exists now, and in some cases does not exist at all. The proceeding continues without a defendant. Your head is on the pillow. The weight of it is real. The rest of it is a very old case file that nobody has closed. Marcus did not close his either. He just kept writing on the front of it, in his own hand, at night, the same few sentences. Chapter 38. The Small Hours. Thoughts are a different size at 3 in the morning. This is not a metaphor. It is close to a measurable fact about how people report their own worries. The same problem, examined at 3 and again at 8, produces 2 different assessments, and the 8 o'clock one is usually the accurate one. There are ordinary reasons for this, and none of them are a diagnosis. It is dark. There is nothing else to look at. There is no way to act on anything. Nobody can be phoned. The bank is shut, the office is shut, the surgery is shut. A mind that generates problems is running with the part that solves them switched off. So the problems get bigger because there is no friction. Nothing pushes back. In daylight, a worry hits a wall of small facts within about 4 minutes. At night, it never meets a wall at all. The ancients knew the hour. They just did not have our vocabulary for it. Marcus has an entry in the 5th book that is one of the most recognizably human things any emperor has written. In Long's version, it begins with him saying, "In the morning when you rise unwillingly, let this thought be present, I am rising to the work of a human being." That is a man arguing with himself about getting out of bed. He then, in the same entry, catches himself out. He notes that he loves himself more than he loves his own nature, because if he loved his work as much as a dancer loves dancing or a miser loves money, he would already be up. The Emperor of Rome lying in bed telling himself off. That is the actual historical record. It matters here because it establishes something. The Meditations is not written from a state of calm. Large parts of it are written from exactly the state the listener may be in tonight. Awake, unquiet, not in danger, not at peace. Marcus also has a line about where people go to escape. In the 4th book, he observes that men look for retreats for themselves, in the country, by the sea, in the mountains, and that you yourself are much in the habit of longing for such things. And then he says that this is the mark of a very common mind, because it is in your power at any hour to retire into yourself. The word he uses for that inner retreat is worth pausing on. He is not describing a technique. He is describing a room he can go into which is smaller and quieter than the one he is in. Whether that works for anyone at 3:30 is a separate question, and he does not oversell it. What is more useful, possibly, is his repeated instruction to confine himself to the present. He says it many ways. Do not let the future disturb you, because you will meet it, if you must, with the same reason you use on the present. Do not carry the whole of your life at once. Nobody loses any life other than the one they are living now. The last one is the strange one. The idea is that the past is not yours to lose, because it is gone, and the future is not yours to lose, because it is not yours. All anybody ever has is the present moment, which is very small and which is therefore quite hard to be crushed by. At 3 in the morning, the present moment is a bed, a body in it, some dark, a slight sound from the heating. That is genuinely all that is happening. Everything else in the room is being supplied, none of which is offered as a remedy for anything. Being awake at night is a common human condition, not a fault, and there is no advice being given here about it. It is only worth saying that the hour is old, that it is well documented, and that a Roman emperor lay in it too, arguing with himself, and wrote it down because he could not sleep either. Chapter 39. What is actually yours? It is worth doing the inventory slowly, because the result is smaller than most people expect and steadier than they expect. Start with the things that feel like yours and are not. Your reputation. That lives entirely in other people's heads. You have never seen it. You cannot inspect it, you cannot edit it, and the people holding it will revise it after a phone call you are not on. Marcus is blunt about this. He asks himself in several places what a good reputation actually consists of. His answer is that it is the opinions of people who do not know you, most of whom will be dead soon, expressed about a person they have partly invented. Not yours. Never was. Your body's condition. Yours to look after, in the sense that the care is your action, not yours in the sense of the result. Genes, age, luck, the particular way a hip decides to go at 62. Marcus had poor health for most of his adult life. The correspondence with his tutor Fronto is full of it. Chest pain, stomach trouble, sleeplessness. He does not write about it as an injustice. He writes about it as weather. Other people, not yours. Not your grown children's choices, not your spouse's mood, not whether your brother ever says the thing you have wanted him to say for 30 years. You can influence. Influence is not possession. This distinction is the whole reason the Stoic system exists. Outcomes, not yours. The sale, the verdict, the result, the way the meeting goes, you put in the effort and the world does the rest, and the world does not consult you. So the pile of things that are not yours is very large. It includes almost everything anyone spends their day worrying about. What is left? Your judgment about what is happening. Marcus keeps coming back to this as the last thing standing. He says in the 6th book that things do not touch the soul. They stand outside it, unmoving. The disturbance comes only from our own view of them. Your intention, what you were actually trying to do. Nobody else can see it, which is why it is safe from them. Your conduct in the next hour. Not your life, not your character in general, just what you do next. And the willingness to keep going, which is not a feeling, it is a decision that gets made again each time. That is the list. It is short. The first reaction to a list that short is usually that it is not enough, that it is a consolation for people who have lost the real things. But look at what is on it. Every item is available right now in a dark room with no money, no health, no reputation, and no company. None of it requires anything to go well. None of it can be taken by a person who dislikes you. Marcus has a line in the 7th book that sits under all of this. Long gives it as, look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig. If you will ever dig. He puts the condition in. He does not say it is automatic. There is something warm in the smallness of the list once you stop resenting it. It means the thing that determines whether a day was decently lived is entirely in reach, and it is in reach for a man in a tent on the Danube and for anyone else. It also means there is much less to defend than we usually think. Most of the tiredness of a long life comes from guarding things that were never ours to guard: the good name, the plan, the version of events. Marcus put down all of it in writing repeatedly, and then picked it back up in the morning and put it down again. The pillow under your head weighs the same as it did an hour ago. Almost nothing is required of anyone right now. Chapter 40. The practice, not the feeling. There is a mistake that is very easy to make with a book like this, and Marcus made it too, which is how we know. The mistake is thinking that the point is to arrive at a state, to become calm, to reach a place where the argument at 3 a.m. does not start, where the old wrong has been fully released, where waiting does not itch. That would be a feeling. Stoicism was never offering a feeling. It was offering a practice, which is a completely different kind of thing and much less satisfying to describe. A practice is something you do again tomorrow, whether or not it worked today. It has no completion. You do not graduate from it. The evidence for this is not in what Marcus says. It is in the shape of the book itself. 12 books, the same handful of ideas. Death is coming, so do the work in front of you. Other people are difficult, so bear with them. The judgment is the injury, so drop the judgment. Nothing is yours except your own conduct. Around and around, for what scholars think was probably the last decade or so of his life, the dating is uncertain, which is worth saying honestly, since the manuscript carries no dates except those 2 place headings. If he had solved it, he would have stopped writing. The book is not a record of a man who achieved tranquility. It is a record of a man practicing in the dark, without an audience, and failing at roughly the same rate for years. That is not a disappointment. It is the most useful thing in it, because it means nobody is behind. There is no version of this where other people have got there and you have not. The most famous practitioner in the history of the discipline was still doing the beginner's exercises in his 50s, on the last frontier of his life. He says as much in the 5th book. In Long's phrasing, when you have been forced by circumstances to be disturbed, return quickly to yourself and do not continue out of tune longer than the compulsion lasts. He assumes the disturbance. He is only interested in the return, not never fall. Return quickly, and when that fails, return slowly. There is a related idea he keeps circling, which is that no single hour has to carry the whole weight. He tells himself not to look at his life as a total, just this hour, just this piece of work, just this person in front of him, which is a small enough unit that almost anyone can manage it most of the time, including a man who is unwell and cold and at war. None of this asks for a resolution tonight. Nothing has to be decided in the dark, and nothing decided in the dark is usually worth keeping anyway. Tomorrow there will be the ordinary things. a kettle, a drive somewhere, somebody who is difficult. The same handful of thoughts that have been coming round for years, coming round again. And it will be possible to do it badly and then to begin again, which is all he ever did. He wrote for himself. The Greek title is ta eis heauton, to himself. He never meant anyone to read it, and he certainly never imagined it being read aloud to a stranger in the dark 1800 and some years later. What happened to the notebook after he died on that frontier is the strangest part of the whole story, and it is almost an accident that it exists at all. That is where this goes next. For now, there is nothing to do. The room is dark, the weight of your body is on the bed, everything that needed holding today has been put down for a while. It will still be there in the morning, and so, most likely, will you. Chapter 41. The Last Years. The wars on the Danube did not end. That is the first thing to understand about the last decade of his life. They paused. They were declared finished. Coins were struck. Then the tribes crossed the river again, and the army went back out, and the emperor went with it. He was not a young man doing this. He was in his 50s, in a climate that was not his own, in a part of the empire that most Romans of his class would have considered the far edge of the world. Rome is warm. The Danube frontier is not. Winter, there is a long grey business of frozen mud and short days and smoke that will not clear out of a tent. He spent years of his life in that. The campaigns are usually grouped under the name the Marcomannic Wars, after one of the peoples involved, the Marcomanni. There were others, the Quadi, the Eozyges, the Sarmatians. The names change in the sources, and the alliances shifted. What did not shift was the shape of the problem. Pressure came from the north and the east. The river was the line. The line kept giving. He based himself for long stretches at the winter camps. Carnuntum, on the Danube, in what is now Austria. Sirmium, further east, in what is now Serbia. Vindobona, which is now Vienna. These were not palaces. They were legionary bases. Timber and stone and earth banks, granaries, a bathhouse if you were lucky, and a headquarters building where the maps were. An emperor in the field lives better than a soldier. But he lives in the same weather. He was also, by the account of the sources, not a well man. Cassius Dio says his body was weak, and that he had trouble with food and with sleep, and that he kept going anyway. There was medication. There was, apparently, something taken daily on the advice of his physicians, a compound of the sort Roman doctors prescribed for chest and stomach trouble. Scholars have argued for centuries about what exactly it was and what it did to him. Nobody knows for certain. What we can say plainly is this: he was tired, he was often unwell, and he did the work. And there was the plague. An epidemic had come into the empire in the mid-160s, brought back along the eastern routes, and it did not leave. It moved through cities. It moved through armies. It is usually called the Antonine Plague, after his family name. The ancient death figures are unreliable, and the modern estimates vary widely. What is not in doubt is that it was a catastrophe that ran for years, and that it hit the army, and that it made the frontier harder to hold with fewer men. So the picture of his last years is not a triumphant one. It is an old man in a cold place, short of soldiers, managing a war that will not resolve, in an empire that is quietly poorer than it was when he inherited it. There was also a revolt. In 175, Avidius Cassius, a senior commander in the east, was declared emperor. The story in the sources is that a report of Marcus dying had reached him, whether by mistake or by design. The revolt collapsed within months. Cassius was killed by his own officers. Marcus is recorded as having regretted that he did not get the chance to pardon him. We should be careful there. That is exactly the kind of anecdote that grows in the telling, and the Historia Augusta, one of our sources for it, is a document historians treat with real caution. But it is what the tradition preserved, and it is at least consistent with the man in the notebook. There is one detail from that episode worth keeping, because it is small and it is telling. The revolt had spread through several eastern provinces. When it was over, there were papers, correspondence, names of people who had written to Cassius, or agreed with him, or hedged. The tradition says Marcus had the papers burned without reading them. Again, we cannot verify it. But it is the kind of decision that would follow directly from what he kept writing at night, which was that other people's faults are mostly not your business, and that revenge is a poor use of a day. He went east afterwards. He travelled through the provinces. His wife Faustina died on that journey in Cappadocia. They had been married for around 30 years, and she had borne many children, most of whom did not survive. Then he came back to the river. That is the last stretch. Back to the Danube, back to the camps, back to the same unfinished war, with a plan apparently to settle the territory north of the river for good. And it is in those years, in those camps, in that weather, that the notebook was being written. Not all of it necessarily. We cannot date the whole thing. But 2 of the books carry notes that place them there. One is marked as written among the Quadi by the river Gran. Another is marked at Carnuntum. Those little headings are among the most human things in the entire manuscript tradition. They are the ancient equivalent of a date written at the top of a page. A man in a cold tent at the end of a long day, writing a line to himself. That is where we are now in the story. Chapter 42, Vindobona 180. He died in March of the year 180. He was 58 years old. The sources do not agree on where. Some point to Vindobona, the camp on the Danube that would become Vienna. Others point to Sirmium, further down the river. The ancient writers who mention it are not consistent, and the modern historians have not settled it. So we will say what is honest. He died in a military camp on the northern frontier in early spring, and we do not know which one. There is something almost appropriate in that. The most private book we have from the ancient world was written by a man whose place of death we cannot fix. He had been ill, that much is agreed. Whether it was the plague that had been running through the empire for 15 years, or something else that had been wearing at him for a long time, the sources do not let us decide. Cassius Dio suggests illness. The Historia Augusta gives a version with some added colour, as it tends to. There is even a strand of rumour, which the ancient writers themselves half discount, that physicians hurried the end along to please the sun. We do not need to resolve that. It is a rumour of the kind that attaches itself to every imperial death in Roman history, and there is no way to test it. What we can say is ordinary and quiet. A man in his late 50s, worn down by years of campaigning, became ill in camp and did not recover. The accounts we have describe him as calm about it. Again, be careful. Those accounts were written by people who admired him, and a good death was part of what admiration meant to a Roman. But the notebook does support it in its own way, because the notebook had been rehearsing this for years. He wrote about death constantly, not morbidly, practically, the way you might think through a journey you know you are going to have to take. He reminded himself that everyone he could name was gone. Emperors, physicians, astrologers, whole crowds of people who once thought their business was urgent. He reminded himself that a life of 3 days and a life of 3 generations come to the same thing, because nobody can lose a past they have already spent or a future they have not yet had. In George Long's translation from 1862, one of the plainest lines runs, "Think steadily as a Roman and a man, and do what you have in hand with perfect and simple dignity, and as one who is prepared to depart from life at any moment." That is not a man performing courage, that is a man doing his homework. So, when the end came in the camp, he had already written the note to himself about it many times in a small hand at night. His body was returned to Rome. He was deified by the Senate, which was the ordinary honour for an emperor who had died in good standing. Ashes to the mausoleum of Hadrian across the river. The great column with the spiral of carved campaign scenes went up in the years afterwards, and it is still standing in the Piazza Colonna in Rome. You can walk past it today. The column is worth a sentence because of what it shows. The carvings on it are campaign scenes from exactly the wars we have been describing. Crossings, camps, prisoners, weather. It was built to say that the wars were a victory. Anyone who has read the notebook knows how he actually felt about that sort of claim. His equestrian statue survives too, the bronze rider on the Capitoline. It survived, the story goes, largely because later centuries mistook it for a Christian emperor and therefore did not melt it down. So he got the monuments: column, statue, temple, coins, a name in every list of emperors ever compiled. And none of that is why anyone knows him now. The thing that carried him into the 21st century was not the column, it was the notebook, which at that moment in March 180 was a stack of private pages nobody had any reason to keep. We will come to that. For now, just the fact, stated softly. In the spring of 180, at Vindobona or at Sirmium, an ill and tired man in a frontier camp stopped being alive. He had spent much of his adult life reminding himself that this would happen and that it was nothing unusual. It happened. It was nothing unusual. Chapter 43. The Son. Commodus was 18 when his father died. He had been prepared for it in every formal way a Roman prince could be. He had been given the title Caesar as a child. He had been made co-Augustus, joint emperor, in 177, 3 years before the death. He had been with his father on the Danube. So the succession itself was not a surprise or a scramble. It was the smoothest handover the empire had seen in a long time. Historians often note the break. For most of the preceding century, emperors had adopted their successors from among capable adult men. Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus himself, each one came to power by adoption rather than by birth. Marcus had a surviving son. So the succession went to the son. It is worth being fair about this. There was no obvious mechanism for doing otherwise without civil war. Passing over a living, adult, already promoted son would have been an invitation to violence. Whether Marcus saw what was coming, we do not know. There is nothing in the notebook that names Commodus or worries about him. What happened afterwards is not seriously disputed. Commodus made peace on the Danube fairly quickly and went back to Rome. The judgment of the ancient writers on his reign is harsh, and the modern judgment, working from the same evidence plus coins and inscriptions, has not rescued him. He left the running of the empire to a series of favourites and freedmen. Several of them were themselves killed when they fell out of favour. There were conspiracies, including one involving his own sister, and the executions that follow conspiracies. He renamed the months of the year after his own titles. He renamed Rome itself after himself. He had himself represented as Hercules, with the lion skin and the club. He fought in the arena. That is the detail everyone remembers, and it is not a later invention. Cassius Dio says he was there and saw it. An emperor of Rome, in front of the Senate, performing as a gladiator and a beast slayer. Dio famously summed up the change from his father's reign to his as a fall from a kingdom of gold to one of iron and rust. That is a paraphrase of his sense, not a quotation from any particular modern translation. Commodus was assassinated on the last day of the year, 192, strangled in his own household after poison failed. He was 31. What followed was the year of 5 emperors, and then a civil war, and then a different kind of empire. Now, the thing to sit with here is simple, and it does not need any commentary from me. The man who wrote the most careful surviving manual on governing yourself could not govern the thing closest to him. Every page of that notebook is about restraint and patience and not being changed by power. There is a line in Long's translation where he tells himself to take care that he is not made into a Caesar, not dyed with that dye, because such things happen. He kept the dye off himself. He could not keep it off his son. There is a version of this story where that is presented as a lesson or an irony or a moral about parenting. I am not going to do that. For one thing, it would be unfair to a man who is not here to answer. For another, we genuinely do not know what he tried. We know he had Commodus educated by the best people available. We know he raised him to the throne beside him. We know he took him to the frontier. Whatever else happened between them happened in rooms with no record. What we have is the outcome, and the outcome is plain. The philosophy worked on the philosopher. It did not transfer. If you have raised children, you may already know this feeling better than any historian can explain it. You do everything you can think of, and then the person walks out into their own life, and it is theirs. He wrote often that other people's choices were not in his control, that the only thing genuinely his was his own judgment. He wrote it while raising an heir to the largest state in the world. There is one more thing to say, and then we will move on. Commodus was not a monster in the notebook sense. He was a young man given absolute power at 18 with nobody left above him. That is a condition, not a character. Marcus had spent his own youth with Antoninus above him for 23 years, watching how a careful man used authority slowly. Commodus had 3 years beside his father, and then the whole thing at once. Whether that explains anything, I do not know. It is simply the difference between the two lives, stated without a verdict. I do not know whether that makes the philosophy sadder or truer. Possibly both. Let it sit there. It does not need to be solved tonight. Chapter 44. The notebook should not have survived. Here is the promise from the beginning of this recording, and here is where it gets paid. That notebook had no business surviving. By every rule of how ancient writing came down to us, it should have vanished within a generation. Think about what a book actually was in the 2nd century. There was no printing. Every copy of every text in the world was made by a human hand, letter by letter, on papyrus or on parchment, by someone who was either paid to do it or made to do it. Copying a book of that length was days of work. It cost material, which was expensive, and labor, which was expensive, and it produced exactly one more copy. So a text survived if, and only if, people kept choosing to spend that money on it, over and over, for centuries, without a gap. Miss a century, and you are gone. There is no backup. Now hold that up against what this thing was. It had no title in the ordinary sense. The Greek name attached to it, ta eis heauton, means something like to himself. That is a label, not a title. It reads like something a later librarian wrote on the outside of a box. It had no dedication. Ancient books almost always had one. You dedicated your work to a patron, a friend, an emperor, because that was how a book found its first readers and its first copyists. This has nobody's name on the front. It had no preface, no argument, no statement of purpose. It does not tell you what it is or why you should read it. It just starts in the middle with a list of people he was grateful to. It has no structure. The books after the first are not chapters. They are runs of entries, some a page long, some a single line. arranged in no order that anyone has ever been able to defend. It repeats itself constantly. The same handful of ideas, turned over, restated, hammered again.
That is exactly what you would expect from a private practice book, and exactly what a publisher would have edited out.
It is often unclear, not deep and difficult, unclear. He was writing to a reader who already knew what he meant, because the reader was him, and it was written by an emperor, which sounds like an advantage and is not quite. It was not a state document, it was not an official act, it was not part of the imperial archive. It was personal property. When a man dies, personal papers are the first thing that goes. Consider the motives that normally preserve a text.
A school preserves it because it is the set text for a curriculum. This was not a school text. It belongs to no philosophical school's teaching tradition in that way.
A religion preserves it because it is scripture. It is not scripture. A profession preserves it because you need it to practice. Doctors kept Galen, lawyers kept the jurists. Nobody needed this to do a job. An admirer preserves it because the author is famous and every scrap is precious. That is the one that might have applied, but a man's fame in his own century is a fragile engine, and the empire went into a very rough 200 years shortly afterwards. Beyond that, there is a simpler problem, and it is the one that stops most people. Who read it first? Somebody, at some point, opened a dead emperor's private papers and did not throw them out. Somebody decided that these unlabeled, repetitive, deeply personal Greek notes were worth the cost of a copy. We do not know who, we do not know when, we do not know whether it was one decision or several. There is no story of publication, there is no ancient account of the book being released, no report of it circulating among his friends, no mention of it in the immediate generations that we can lean on with confidence. The thing simply appears later as an object already in existence. So the honest description of what we have is this: a book with no author intent to publish, no audience, no title, no structure, no institutional protector, written in a genre of one, which crossed roughly 17 centuries and arrived intact enough to be read on a phone at 3 a.m. That is not how this works. That is not how any of this works. And yet, here it is. The next part of the story is how thin the thread actually was. Chapter 45. The Long Silence. For a long stretch after his death, the trail is faint. This is the part that historians handle carefully, because the evidence is thin and it is easy to say more than we know. There are a few possible mentions in late antiquity. There is a reference in the Historia Augusta to precepts of his. There is a 4th century mention that some read as pointing to the book. Scholars disagree about how much weight any of them can carry. What there is not is a clear chain. No confident line of readers quoting it, arguing with it, teaching it, the way you can trace Plato or Aristotle or Homer through the centuries. For hundreds of years, the book is more or less quiet. You have to picture what the world was doing during that quiet. The 3rd century crisis. Emperors made and killed by their own armies, sometimes within months. Invasion, currency collapse, cities walling themselves in. Then the division of the empire. Then the West coming apart in the 5th century. Then whole libraries lost, not usually to dramatic fires, but to something duller and more final. Nobody copying them. Damp. Mice. Reuse of the parchment for something considered more useful. More classical literature was lost than survived. That is the ordinary condition. We have fragments of most of it, and nothing at all of much of it. Plays we know only by title. Historians we know only by the people who quoted them. Somewhere in the middle of all that, this notebook was sitting in somebody's collection, being kept. Our firm early evidence comes from the East, and it comes late. Aurelius of Caesarea was a Byzantine scholar and churchman, born around the middle of the 9th century, who became Archbishop of Caesarea in Cappadocia. He was one of the great book collectors of his age, and part of the reason we have several classical authors at all. Around the early 10th century, Aurelius refers to the Book of Marcus. In a letter, he mentions a copy that was falling apart with age, and indicates that he had it copied out fresh so that it would keep. That is the moment the thread becomes visible. An elderly manuscript, worn through, in the hands of a scholar who happened to care. A decision to spend the parchment and the time. And so it continues. Around the same period, the Suda, the great Byzantine reference compilation, carries entries that quote from it. So by the 10th century, it is a known text in the Greek East. Between the death in 180 and Aurelius around 900, there is a gap of some 700 years in which we cannot show the reader. 700 years is a very long time to be carried by people we cannot name. And every one of those people was doing something small, not saving civilization, not preserving a classic, just deciding on a particular day that this old set of pages was worth the parchment. That is what preservation actually is. It is never a grand act. It is a series of small ones by people who had other things to do. The oldest complete manuscript we now have is much later still. It is a Vatican Codex, catalogued as Vaticanus Graecus 1950, generally dated to the 14th century. That is more than 1,000 years after he wrote. Between his hand and that book, there is a chain of copies we cannot see, each one made from the one before, each one introducing its own small errors, each one an act of choice. That is the thread. It is one strand, thick in places. I find that steadying rather than frightening, and I will tell you why in a moment. It helps to remember what a copyist's night looked like. A desk, a lamp, the same kind of small flame he had written by, an exemplar propped open, and a blank sheet, and hours of it. Whoever copied this out was reading it as they went. You cannot copy a book without reading every word of it, slowly, more slowly than anyone reads now. So each surviving link in that chain is also a reader. Somebody who sat with those lines about anger and death, and getting up in the morning for days, at a desk, at night. That is a strange kind of company to be part of. But it is the company you are in. Chapter 46. Zurich, 1559. The book enters print in 1559. The place is Zurich. The man is Wilhelm Holtzmann, who published under the Greek form of his name, Gielander. He was a German classical scholar, a professor at Heidelberg, and a prolific editor and translator of Greek texts. What he produced was the first printed edition of the Greek text, with a Latin translation alongside it. That is the moment the book stops being rare. Before 1559, every copy is a manuscript, and every manuscript is one object in one place, readable by whoever can reach it. After 1559, it is a printed book, and printed books multiply. From there it goes quickly by the standards of the time. A Greek and Latin edition follows in the early 17th century. Méric Casaubon publishes the first English translation in 1634. Others come after. George Long's English version, the one still quoted in the public domain today, comes in 1862. Once a text is printed, it is essentially safe. That is the change. Loss stops being a serious risk. But there is one more detail about that first edition, and it is the detail worth staying awake 30 more seconds for. Gielander worked from a manuscript. He had to. There was nothing else to work from. That manuscript no longer exists. It is usually referred to as the Palatine or Toxitanus manuscript, and it disappeared afterwards. It is not in any library. Nobody has collated it since. It is simply gone. So the first printing of this book rests on a source that we cannot check, and the readings Gielander gives us for certain passages are, in effect, all we have from that line. Let that be plain, because it is the whole story in one sentence. The manuscript that the first printed edition depended on vanished shortly after it was used. If Gielander had not printed when he did, from that copy we would have less of this book than we have. The margin was that thin, not centuries of margin, not a comfortable redundancy of sources. One scholar, one press, one manuscript, and then the manuscript is gone. Editors have worked on the text ever since, comparing the Vatican Codex against Gielander's printed readings, arguing about individual words, marking the places where the Greek is damaged or doubtful. There are passages in modern editions that are simply obscure, where the text has been corrupted somewhere along the chain, and nobody can quite repair it. That is normal for an ancient book. It is worth knowing, because it keeps the thing honest. What you read is not a clean transmission from his hand to your ear. It is a rescue. And now think about the shape of the whole journey. A man writes to himself in a tent by a cold river. He dies. Somebody keeps the pages. Somebody copies them. The empire falls apart around the copies. 700 years of near silence. A Byzantine bishop finds a worn-out volume and pays for a fresh one. More centuries. A codex in the Vatican. A German scholar in Zurich sets it in type in 1559, and the manuscript he used then disappears from the world. Casaubon in English in 1634, Long in 1862, and then everything after that, every edition, every paperback, every recording, every quiet reading at 3 in the morning. That is the answer to the question at the start of this. That is how it survived. Not by design, by a long series of small mercies. Chapter 47, Why It Reached You. So we come to the paradox, and it is a gentle one. The most private book we have from the ancient world is one of the most widely read books from the ancient world. Nothing else really compares. We have letters, and letters are written to someone. We have speeches written to persuade. We have histories written to be read. We have philosophy written to teach. This was written to an audience of one, and the one was the writer, and it went everywhere. It has been in soldiers' packs. It has been on prison shelves. It has been in hospital rooms and hotel drawers and the bags of people who do not otherwise read philosophy at all. Every single copy of it, in a small way, is an accident. Nobody planned that. Not him, certainly. There is no scenario in which a Roman emperor writing private reminders in Greek imagines a person in another hemisphere 18 centuries later in a dark room listening to it. Would he have wanted this? Probably not. I think he would have been embarrassed. Not offended, exactly. Embarrassed the way anyone is when someone reads the notebook rather than the finished work. There is nothing in it he wrote to be admired for. Quite the opposite. Long stretches of it are him telling himself off. Get up, stop complaining, you are not so special. Do the work in front of you and stop waiting to feel like it. That is the tone of a man who has been disappointing himself in private for years. And that is precisely why it can be trusted. This is the thing worth carrying away from all of it. A book written to be read is a performance. Even an honest one is a performance. The author knows you are there. Something in the sentences is angled toward you. There is no angle here. There is nobody to impress. There is no reputation being managed, no argument being won, no reader to be reassured. When he says the same thing for the 90th time about anger, it is not because he is emphasizing a theme, it is because he got angry again. When he tells himself that the day will contain rude and ungrateful people and that he should stop being surprised by it, that is not wisdom being dispensed. That is a man preparing for a meeting. The reason it lands is that it was never aimed at you. He is not talking down. He cannot be, because he does not know you are listening. You are simply overhearing a person of exactly average difficulty trying, with ordinary tools, to be slightly better tomorrow than he was today, and failing often enough to keep writing it down. That is the whole appeal, and it is why it outlived the column and the statue and the empire. The monuments say, "Here was a great man." The notebook says, "Here was a man at night who could not always manage it either." One of those is useful at 3 in the morning, the other is not. So that is why it reached you. not because it was preserved as a treasure, not because it was taught, not because anyone protected it, because it happened to be honest. And honesty is the one thing in a text that does not go out of date. Every century that found it recognized the voice. And each time somebody thought, quietly, I know that feeling, and made another copy. That is the entire mechanism. That is all it ever was. And there is a small comfort tucked inside that, if you want it. He did not write those pages because he had worked something out. He wrote them because he had not. The book exists because a competent, serious, hard-working man could not get his own mind to behave night after night for years and kept trying anyway. If that describes your evening, you are not doing it wrong. You are doing what the book is made of. Chapter 48. To himself, and now to you. Let us go back to where we started. A room, late, the house quiet. One person awake with their own mind for company. That was you at the beginning of this. That was also him about 1850 years ago in a camp on a cold river. Same hour, different lamp. He was not solving anything either. That is the part I want to leave you with. He was not resolving the war. He was not fixing the empire. He was not deciding about his son. He was doing something much smaller. He was writing a few lines to himself so that the morning would be easier to start. At the beginning of this, I said two things. One was that the notebook should never have survived, and that you would find out how it did. That is done now. A worn copy, a bishop who paid for a fresh one, a Zurich printer, and a manuscript that vanished afterwards. The other thing I said was that there was nothing to solve tonight. That is still true. It was true then, and it is true now. Whatever was in your mind when this started is still there, and it will still be there in the morning, and the morning is a better place to look at it. Nothing you decide at this hour is more accurate than what you would decide at 9. That is not a philosophy. That is just how bodies work. Here is my own thought on it, for what it is worth, and it is mine and nobody else's. The mind that keeps you awake at 3 is not asking to be answered. It is asking to be accompanied. That is all this ever was. Not advice, company. He wrote for company. He had no one to say it to, so he said it to the page. 17 centuries of people picked up that page for the same reason. You have been keeping a very old man company tonight. He would not have minded. I think, honestly, he would have understood it better than anyone. So there is nothing left to do. The war on the river was finished by other people. The empire went on, and then it did not. The column still stands in Rome. The notebook is still here, and the room is still quiet. Let the shoulders go, let the jaw go, let the hands open. The hour will pass. It always does. You do not have to be anywhere. You do not have to fix anything. The lamp goes out. Sleep now. Thank you for the company tonight. This was a long way to walk with a stranger in the dark, and I am glad you were there for it. Rest easy.